Hello. Hi, my name is Mr. C, a Vertical Critic, and welcome to Nollywood Film Club podcast. Yes, this is a spicy one. This conversation, I guess, might be fun to listen to, but this is a spicy one. Tempers were raised. I think I even swear in this one. Apologies for that if that offends you. I think once in a while we swear on the podcast, but like it's not like we're sailors out here. We are professional talking people about films that we've seen. That's what we are. We're not professionals. We just do this every Sunday, and you can do it. You can join us to follow us on Iroko Critic. But yes, this is a spicy conversation. Usually, I listen to the space before I do an intro so that it's fresh in my head and I can tell you what to look out for. But I did not do that for this one because it is still fresh in my head. We get some spicy takes. Shout out to people who come on. I always like for healthy disagreements. I think this was as healthy and large a disagreement as you can whilst being civil. Yes, there are people with different takes on here. Some people that are regulars had different takes from. I think you can tell where most of us sat on this topic, but there's still some regulars who chose a different side, which is fine. People are allowed to have different opinions. This is what Nollywood Film Club is about. Come here, you share your thoughts. But yes, I can't yeah, you know what? I should just let you listen to this. I'm sure you're going to enjoy Nollywood Film Club discussing Collision Course. I do have to say, in trying to trim the intro, which I always do, I have listened to the beginning part, and it seems like I'm still under the impression that this is a Netflix original. It is not. It's this new thing called the premiere, where your film launches on Netflix first. So just in case you hear that, that's not true. I am lying to you in the past, but I'm telling you the truth now. Believe present Mr. C, past Mr. C is a liar. Also, just yes, apparently I do get my bias out of the way, but yeah, a bias in the sense that I watched the film and I felt a kind of way, and I didn't want to present the I didn't want to present the I didn't want to do the hosting like I didn't already have a horse in this battle. I'm, as much as I'm just I'm a host. I also give my thoughts and my opinions. So but like I do try to present as fairly as I can. I'm just pointing it out just because I think it's always good to present any biases you have on the table. Still, I hope anybody listening to this will see that I treated the other side fairly. All right, that's it. Back on with the thunder. Discuss, but we'll be starting with things that we like, the goods. And then we'll go into things we don't like, and then we'll give you a summary. Everybody will give a summary just so that people see actually where their views line on this. But yes, I do have to say, just get my bias out of the way. I'm in team very triggered by this, but I'm a host today. I'm your gracious host. I'm here to make sure that we can have as fierce a battle as we want, but we keep everything above the belt. Above the belt. All right. Okay. We're at 5 parts. I think it's fine to start now. Let's start with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, what did you like about Collision Course?
Okay, so what did I like? What's that guy's name? Kenneth. Is that his name? The Taz guy.
Yes, Okodi, right?
Yeah. Okay, so so this is a personal bias, right? I've always felt like he's tilted in his acting and pretty much stiff. But I really liked the way he rendered his character in this. I was shocked because especially from the first scene, I'm like, okay, so who is this person? In fact, I was doubting it. I was asking like, is this the guy that I used to know? So I was actually very impressed. And it's not just the only one. There are other like good performances. I think what's his name? The other Taz guy. Ah, I'm sorry.
Gregory.
Yes, Gregory. I thought that, the two of them, they had this synergy going on, and they did a very good job. So who else? Yes, Kelechi Udegbe. As much me, I like his performance, but I don't think this is his best performance, anyways. But for those two, it really stood out to me. Those two really stood out to me. What else did I like? I like some of the music. Actually, I like the music used at the end. I thought that it was really nice. But that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, thanks, Elizabeth. I did actually, yes, I have to say, I appreciate a lot of a lot of the sound design choices. It was nice to hear, fill the environment properly for a lot of this film. It's not something we often get particularly right in our films. Sound mixing is a different case, but we'll come to that. But yeah, some of the just just so that it was there for some of the sound design, and the scoring was appropriate as well too. So kudos to Ava, I guess. Kelechi, please tell us what you liked about Collision Course.
Hi. What did I like? Let's see. So first of all, I liked some of the performances. I was really impressed by I don't know her name. I didn't wait for the credits to check. Um, the lady who played Daniel Etimofion's fiance. So I really
Daniel,
liked her performance. Oh,
yeah.
okay. So she's the one. Okay, cool. So I like her performance. I mean, when she first appeared on the scene, I wasn't quite sure. I thought, yeah, it just wasn't working for me. And then eventually I saw, okay, yeah, this person is really good. I also thought that the violence in the story was quite well done. I think that it pulled no punches, the violence in the opening scene, the violence much later in the story. I think it was good. I appreciate the fact that, I mean, even though at the end of the day we're all offended, but I appreciate the fact that it does not the film does not shy away from that violence. It doesn't maybe try to downplay it or make it, I don't know, make it softer so that we can empathize that thing. Then something else I liked was of course I like the Daniel was okay. But yeah, I really liked the from the story. Um, I think because many times with a lot of Nollywood productions, especially these days and especially this year, it feels like the stories don't quite benefit from someone saying, "Hey, take this out," or "Put this in, this part off." Use this character more consciously or use this character less. So nobody ever like puts it into shape. I don't know. Plus all the destruction that probably happened during so distracted or not how
Sorry,
from.
Kelechi. Sorry, Kelechi.
Yeah, I
I just
just
I have It's been breaking up for it's just been breaking up for a little while. I don't know
oh it
if
has. Okay, I'm just going
yeah.
to wrap up. So anyway, I was saying that I liked the story structure. Can you hear me? Is it clear?
Yes, yeah, yes.
Okay, fantastic. So I said I liked the story structure in the sense that the plot kind of just knew what they wanted to do. The characters were stationed appropriately. They knew their parts. Like I did not feel like there were certain elements of the plot that made me think, okay, what's this person doing here? Or that wasn't necessary at the end of the day, and all of that. Now, we're going to come to the other part, which is I think that the plot wasn't complete, but for the parts that we saw, it felt well structured. So I liked that about it. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I will about the characterizations. All right. I think it was Inca. Maybe Inca. Okay, go on. I think I'll go Inca, Fida, Rotimi, Mel, then the film TFR. All right. So Inca, if you're there, please feel free. Inca, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
So, good. Okay, I wrote it down. Maybe I should go look for it. What? One of the good, I guess. Technicality wise, this movie is not that. There's not so much to say regarding the techniques. Like technicality wise, there's not that much to say about the movie. So it wasn't like it wasn't. Also, I give the movie props for like at least broaching the topic. I don't think the actors' performances were bad. No, I just think it was okay for the script that they were given. Um, I know I have one more good, and yeah, some of the music choices I definitely did like. Oh, and during the violence scene with the tires that took the guy in the first scene, I kind of like the spark where they like showed because one character died because he didn't have the money to pay. So I thought that was like a for the theme of the movie or whatever the movie is trying to say. I thought that was a good addition. Um, I think that's mostly it. Like technical wise, it's good. Uh, I like that fact they broached the topic. Also, oh yeah, I like the fact that they try to tell it from both sides. Like they try to be very encompassative. I'm making words now. Encompassing. Well, try to get all of it together. Like they're not just taking one angle. They try to be more holistic. They try to be holistic. So those are the good things about the movie. Like it's technical wise, it's competently made. All that.
All right.
That's my good.
All right. Thanks, Inca. I didn't probably wouldn't get too many complaints about a lot of the technical components of this. What did I say? The other wrote to me. If you go on.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, although you sound like you're in a well, I hope you're safe.
Okay, so just you have to, can you pass it over to me? Let me just change it because I'm on my headphones. Let me change my headphones.
Okay.
Let me go first.
Yeah. All right. Mel, if you want to go ahead. Sorry, not instead of Mel, let's go with TFR. TFR if you go, and then we'll go Mel. TFR, can you hear the film Ram de Tour? Can people hear me? Can you guys hear me? I'm not on mute.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Let's see if Mel's ready.
Mel, are you ready? Cynthia?
Oh yeah, so I'm ready. Yes. Oh my God, what's happening? Oh yes. As Elizabeth has said, I liked what did she say? I liked the acting performance of Kenneth Okoli and Gregory, the Taz guy. I also like Kelechi Udegbe, and it's funny or it's sad that I actually like his performance in the casting. Then Chioma Akpota, I liked her performance in a way, but I also felt she was too stiff. But yeah, I liked her performance. I like her, so I'm being biased. Even though she had the data accent and she was very exciting. Then, like Kelechi have said, I like the violence. I like the setup of Taz. I like the abattoir. I like the bad guys. I like that they show what happens when what happens in reality with the setup of Taz, the killing, the dumping in the river, the POS, the asking for money, the collecting money. I actually like that. Then I I liked a scene that, even though I don't like in real life, so there was this radio on police brutality where they had these arguments of for and against. So yeah, like I just like that it was realistic. So it's something that you hear in the radio where some people are like, oh, those don't mind them, those ones are criminals, they are Yahoo, they are kidnappers, they are this, that, they deserve to die. And I was happy that it was a guy that was saying it because I mean when I listen to radio, it's always the male OOP that always used to say that nonsense. And so I just like that it was realistic, even though when I hear it in real life, I do not like it, but I just like that they had this realistic radio on police brutality. Then the first time I watched the movie on the watch party, I didn't like seeing the time on the movie. So once it's 7:12 a.m. they show us, once it's 9 p.m. they show us another sense. But on the second watch, I felt it was relevant, but it was overused. Okay, so I just felt that they would have probably just picked 2 days or two time points in a day and just show us the time. And those two time points are very crucial points. So we know, okay, this is morning and this is in the midnight. Even though we can see it, we can see that is early morning and night. I ended up liking it, but I just felt like they overused this time point thing. Then I think I liked Daniel's character encounter with the Taz guys. It was enough for us to believe that he has PTSD from his encounter with the Taz guy. And finally, I also like they had both legal and illegal police checkpoints in the movie. Yeah, and that's all.
Okay, that's interesting. I think I have certain disagreements with with some of those, but we'll get to them. But like interesting to see how some of these are reflected and how some people picked it up. All right, so getting some as a DM about TFR. Are you ready to speak?
Yeah, I'm ready to speak. I'm ready to speak.
All right, go
So
on.
I
Go
have
on.
okay. So I have two likes because I don't really like this movie at all. Um, the lighting was good. I think the lighting was good. I think initially I didn't like Kelechi's performance, but like in the middle towards the end, I think he did well. Just really sad that he's getting his flowers for this film. But yeah, those are the two likes I had. Thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Another sort of like that. I don't know. So I completely agree with. I think some of the lighting, generally it's fine, but like some of the lighting choices were very interesting to me. But we'll get into that. Fider, please go on.
Hi everyone. I think
Hi.
I'm the one that has like a lot of likes actually. I wrote mine down. So let me start. One of the things that I did like was the cinematography. I liked a couple of shots, like shots of Lagos, drone shots, and this particular one in the beginning where Magnus was walking by this long building, and like he starts off at fan, then he ends up in front of the camera in the middle, so it's like a close up. I really like that. I enjoyed the display of hours throughout the film. I felt like it was needed, obviously, because it helped us feel the length of the day, but I didn't feel like it had to be for so many hours. It could have been for like a couple, at least enough for us to know what is happening, but I like that. one thing I've noticed with Bolanle's films is that there's always some kind of wit with the words. I don't know if anybody remembers when, during a particular scene, I think it was when they were introducing Bimbo Manuel or something, there was a newscaster announcing the rampage of animals eating money and posing the question that could humans morph into animals and eat the money. If you've watched like different projects that BAP has done, I think that she's always doing some kind of wordplay, or the script people are always doing some kind of wordplay where they incorporate things that have happened in real life into like the movie through the script for us to laugh. Like for Bling Legosians, it was edible catering for one scene, so that was funny. Another one that showed lyrical play was when Ekaite was shouting at Magnus and she was like, "I know come this life to suffer." And then the second one was when they were in the abattoir and the TAS people were shouting, "Are you a Yahoo boy? Are you a Yahoo boy?" I think she always does that with lyrics in her films. I really like seeing that. Another thing that I liked was the storyline with certain aspects, like setting the background in order for the film to be built on top of, like the situation between Ekaite and Magnus, their background, the stories that they were sharing about this policeman who died and his wife had been evicted with his children, all of these little things that were kind of like capturing like the hardship that these people are normally going through. The second one was Mide's issues as well. It was kind of, obviously it was about these two characters coming together and, you know, having a dialogue at the end, but all of that really helped me to like follow the film. I like the natural chemistry between Mide and I can't remember her name, Bam Bam though. I think it was organic and believable, and I feel like Bam Bam, for me, towards the end, she really like held my interest. Like, oh, I've been watching you in different films. I see that you're kind of like developing as an actress, at least in my opinion, because she kind of surprised me in this movie. It wasn't forced, or it was quite natural, their interactions, Mide and her. I enjoyed the dialogue between Magnus and Mide at the end. And let me even start. What I loved was when Magnus visibly showed that change that made him turn into that harsh police persona. And then after that dialogue, the way he hit his head and like shook his head to like show that he was coming out of that persona, I like that switch. I did like the dialogue with the whole storytelling and the frustrations and all of that, because I felt like that was the main idea of the whole scene, and it was heartfelt. It was something. I always liked Bolanle St. Peter's like films and projects. I'm a fan of Kelechi Udegbe and Daniel Effiong. I love their movies. I feel like Kelechi is a natural, empathetic actor, while like I feel like Daniel is effortless. They both bring the same thing in different ways. When it comes to empathy and emotions, you can feel how they feel as characters. So I feel like both of them brought that to their characters, and I really like that scene for that, to show those aspects of those people acting that particular role and bringing out those emotions in that scene. That's how I felt. Yeah, lastly, the storyline, like I said before, I felt like it was balanced. Me being like a storyteller, I feel like I tend to have this thing where I focus on this one story, like the victim. I'll just say I'm only focusing on the victim, so I don't want to even hear the context of this policeman and why he's like this and why he's doing this. So, but in the film space on Friday, Bonali was like, the scriptwriter actually was like, the director brought soul into the script because she wanted to tell it from two different sides to bring a different kind of element to it. And I feel like because I'm kind of like a biased person, I only focus on one direction. It kind of made me feel like, okay, maybe I should just twist certain elements in certain situations. Maybe the idea of listening to another perspective and understand the context of another can open your mind in a certain way. Because if Mide didn't share a story with Magnus, I don't feel like Magnus would have had that visible change back into himself afterwards. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
All right. Okay. That's fine. Interesting perspectives. I think next is Rotimi. If you're off your headphones now.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe you're breaking smoke, but let's try.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry, just before you go, just in case you want to join the conversation, you can request to speak. There's that. There, you can use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club if you want your comments read out here. You can also review the movie on Nolly Data. It's using the link pinned to the space. That said, Rotimi, please tell us some things you enjoyed about Collision Course.
Okay. So can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So very first thing I like first of all overall the story, and I like I think that because of like Balanlee's last film that was on Netflix, The Man of God, that one the duration runs like 1 hour 52, it's almost like 2 hours plus. But I like probably didn't, should I say that the structure of how the story kept evolving probably didn't. I feel this was better structured as a story, and this was like the time duration of this is like 1 hour 12 minutes, which was shorter, but it's like more better to me. It was better structured, so all the facts, unnecessary scenes, everything just progressed nicely. I like the overall production, which was like still when I'm going back to like Man of God, I thought the Man of God production of the overall film was nice. So that production value in this one was actually still good. The production value was good. Cinematography was good. Lighting was decent. You understand? Costumes, maybe there's 1-2 questions. Maybe I'll come back when we're talking about the negatives. But like overall, the production quality level was good. You understand? In terms of the characters, I like the fact that we got to see almost the policeman's, like, you know, like to the story from the policeman's perspective. Now I know that a lot of people, based on what they have experienced at the hand of Nigerian police, they don't want to hear or empathize or know about anything that, like, you don't want to hear that. I think I saw a comment like yesterday on the other space, and we're like, oh, are we trying to justify police brutality? And I'm like, I've been the police. There's almost nobody that's drove around at night in Lagos. I've been there. I've changed it for them. I have one of my friends that have stripped himself naked in front of them, that kill me if you want to kill me and everything. But I also have situations where I've met with people, both police, army, and I've had discussions with them. And these guys, when they start telling you their stories, it's like all of them, everybody's a victim of the Nigerian situation. As much as even the people that we think are oppressing us are also victims of the situation. It's just that somebody has given them a gun and giving them an uniform that gives them authority. Now, they might choose to misuse it, but the situation of Nigeria of a whole has pushed them into a situation where, like, I need to get money, I'm on the road, I have a gun, I threaten you, I'll threaten to arrest you. Hey, you understand? Okay, do what you have to do, send me money or die here. So I liked that. I think one of the things that probably is weird, because one of those, I call it shocking. Each time I really got, like, I was jolted was at Mide's death, and I was like, I appreciated that, and I appreciated the circumstance of his death, because it was like, by the time you get the news report and you're hearing that the hour that told the cotton, you're like, okay, this guy has gone. Like, I'm expecting this guy to be dead, but like, what actually got me was that by the time he dies, like, him and the policeman are cool. They're like, look, we have to find a way to sort out the system that is doing us. Guy accidentally shoots him, and what's like, that is so apt. Like, that's the ultimate tragedy, and that's the tragedy. Nigerian stories, there's a lot of tragedy, there's a lot of happy things in that. There's a lot of tragedy. It's so I don't want to track back to the NSAS situation, but that, like, I remember the situation at the railway station. The first person that got shot, like his whole liver and his whole stomach, was the policeman, and it was his own guy trying to cock a gun, and the gun went off, and he shot his own guy before he now fired into the crowd. And the person that even got shot was the guy that was not even near the protest. He just came out of his car to look, and that was the guy that got shot. So it was like that's what even got, like, this happened. I've been in a situation where we came and they pointed, one guy just raised the gun at us, and we went ballistic. That guy really raised the gun at us. So I'm like, that happens. Then the main thing, I was like, there was one thing that when we were coming back from Mide's show, and his girlfriend kind of went into this whole thing about the Third Mainland Bridge, about the division between the bourgeois people on the island and the mainland and the poor people that live on the water. And I'm like, okay, that's a very nice, like, way to look at, like, the social construct of Nigeria, like, or Lagos, like, you understand, the poor rich people living on the islands, people living on the mainland, and the poor people living on the water. That I appreciated that. Then again, I don't know if anybody caught Bolanle's normal cameo in our movies, and I think I caught it at the beginning with her when Mide was proposing to Bam Bam, And I'm like, oh, is it Bam Bam? Sorry, I was proposing to her, his girlfriend, and I'm like, I think I caught her in the background. I'm like, I see you, I see you. Then the most important thing I like, this is almost what I feel also like about like the milkmaid. When I'm that story about the milkmaid, that I like stories that are relevant to the Nigerian situation, that the current Nigerian situation. And I'm like, I'm probably seeing something that people are adapting something like feels like a Hollywood story and putting it on a Nollywood script or a Nollywood film. This is our story, or it's not even, it's also still a universal story because across the world, people have their challenges with the police everywhere across the world. But like, this is our perspective, and I like it for the fact that, and it's now correlated back to the NSAS protest, which now by next month now in October, we're literally at the anniversary. And I'm like, at the point that this movie is coming out and still having something as relevant as a topic like that, because not many Nollywood people would want to try and say something about the current Nigeria. It's risky. With depicting in Nigerian police, you can get flag backs for that. That's what I'm like, that almost like a few weeks back then we did Badamosi. And it was like, I'm not surprised that if this guy didn't go into it, because you are, these guys, if they could kill, I'm sorry to go to this, we're nearing that space, but like, if they could kill ordinary people for protesting their rights, if you make a film making them look like demons, like, it's not like you're like, why Nigeria? And I'm like, if somebody has the balls to make a story about the Nigerian police, still connected to something that's political, they put it on Netflix for all of us to see. I'm hats off to that filmmaker. Like, whatever flaw in this movie, I think I'm going to forgive it. I'm going to stand against anybody that has an issue with this movie. But that's among the way. But yeah, I think that's pretty much all the things that I like about the movie. I think it's a great movie. I think it's very relevant to our time. And I believe that we can make more movies that talk about the Nigerian current situation. Yes, so that's my take.
God forbid we'd make more movies like this. That's a
Rosemary, I think you have your work cut out for you.
Yeah. God
Thank
forbid
you.
that we make more movies like God punish it. But no, I take your point. You like the film, and you like that it touched sensitive subject, and you thought it was courageous to do so. I have different inclinations on that, but thanks for sharing. Mel, are you there now?
Yes, I am. Did you call me earlier? I did not hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. If you do your goods, please.
There's not a lot that I like about this, honestly. And when we get to the bad, maybe it will be clearer. It was very hard to look past all of that and like things. But I will say that I like that this movie has a lot of the people that I like to see on my screen. Adilaoye, Kelechi Udegbe, Peter Gregory, Kenneth Okole, Chioma. I really enjoy them. So I guess I liked that. A lot of good people in one. I think that it tried to. I think that it looked good in general, if that makes any sense. And I'm saying this because Man of God looked good as well. I would say that there's parts of it that tried to look pretty, and personally made no sense to me because this is such a gritty story set in such a gritty universe. Speaking about universes, I thought that it was very believable. I thought that the Lagos was Lagosan, if that makes any sense. I thought that it looked like a universe where everyday people live and breathe and work. I thought that was established pretty well. I don't know. I think that that's the most that I can think of right now.
All right, thanks, Mel. I actually agree with you a lot with the cast. Sometimes, too many times, I guess some of our films are given leads to people due to Instagram followers or something. Mm-hmm. Like these actually do feel like they were casted based on like merits and stuff. Even like the Bam Bam inclusion, I was a bit iffy on her as well. I have to say myself at the beginning, but I do think she grew into the role as time went on a bit. All right. Okay. Thanks, Mel. Otas?
Hi, y'all. So I really enjoyed this movie. For me, I found that this movie had a lot of heart. I enjoyed the story it was telling, and thought, or I think actually, that they told the story consistently and relatively well. Um, when we get to the bads, it may sound like I didn't enjoy this movie, but I actually really did. It was probably one of the first movies in a while to tell a story that I wanted to get through and that I enjoyed getting through, and that made me feel something. There's two scenes for me that stood out really well. So there's always there's the last, it's in the last 5 minutes, I would say, where they have found him and she's just kind of sitting with him on her lap and stroking his head. It was like they were not speaking, but you could feel like just the tenderness in that moment. And that moment stuck with me. There's even a part there where I think someone tries to grab her, like to get off the floor, and she like pushes the person away. And you can kind of feel all of that happening. Even while there's like a lot of general commotion happening in the background while they're arresting the I forgot his name, the police officer. And then my second favorite part of the movie is a scene where he's arguing with his dad. And there's like a photo of him just graduated, and you can see his dad there proud, and he just looks in the photo a little melancholy. And I thought it was very smart for them to think that prop out through like that. Because it, sorry?
Mistake, sorry, it wasn't you.
Okay. I thought it was very smart for them to think through the prop like that. So those were two, I think, that stood out for me. I liked the casting. I liked the lead. I thought that they made unfortunate story choices, but I think that overall they did a great job. Also, Choma is always amazing, and she was fun to watch.
All right, that's actually an interesting summary of both positives. I like the film, but get ready for the bads that I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Unfortunate storytelling choices.
Okay, I think the High Priestess is the last High Priestess. Sorry, the High Priestess.
The High Priestess.
I can speak. I promise. The High Priestess. Please go on if you're there.
Harry was just waiting for it to end. Okay, sorry about before, I was talking to my dog. So actually this works out because I was confused about when to go on, because the things I like, I kind of have, like, I would like them better if they were done better. So it's great that I'm the last person for the good, because then I can just do it like a summary of both. So I understand the emotional reaction. Like, it's been interesting, like some of the reaction. But I do appreciate the story they're trying to tell. Like, from an entertainment, like, you're trying to, inspired by real events. But, you know, this is a really entertaining story I can tell, you know, inspired by true events. And I appreciate what they were going for. For me, though, I just thought it would have made, like, it would have packed a punch if it was a short film. Like, it was very on the nose. Like, there was no, it was just like throwing all the details in there. So you have like the language, you have like specific events, you have specific slangs. It's like it was everything thrown at me at the same time. Initially, that kind of put me off, but like at the end, I was like, you know what? It's actually a really cool story. If like it would have worked better as a short film, they should have started with the shooting, and you know, then the time thing would have worked out best for me, because then you're not telling a linear story, but just piecing putting pieces back together. And I felt like it would have been more entertaining if it was presented that way. The first 30 minutes of the movie for me was pointless. Like, it was just exposition. And there was so many other ways we could have done that. Like, the movie is barely an hour long. If you take out all the there's a lot of pretty things to look at on screen. Like, every time I looked up at my TV, there was oh, that frame is interesting. That's nice to look at. But a lot of it was pointless to me because we could have told the story much tighter, at a quicker pace, get us more emotionally invested. Sorry?
Things you like.
Yeah, that's the thing is it was you're almost there, this would have been, that I just kept fixing it. That's why I was saying I didn't know when to throw it to do this, because I actually like the story. I appreciate the story trying to tell. I actually there were a lot of cool pictures that I saw. I liked the way it looked. Also, I thought it would have worked better as a dark comedy. The picture was screaming it's a comedy, but it's serious. And I don't know, there were just so many mismatched pieces. I liked them, but not in that order, if that makes sense. Which is why I was so confused. I didn't want it to seem as if I had all these complaints. I actually appreciate the film. I appreciate the story, I appreciate the film. It's just, it would have worked better for me if the pieces all fit a little differently and things were just tweaked a bit. Overall, it kind of worked. So that's why it had to go in a good, because I know people are waiting to tear it apart for many other reasons. But yeah, I feel like it was a decent attempt. If the story was tighter. The way it's done now is really flat. So that's where I get where there's a lot of anger, because it's on the nose, in your face, not even trying to be subtle about anything. And it just feels it was taking advantage of a situation. Whereas I see the potential for it to be a really cool, you can even re-edit what you have now and it will work out great. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to complain about this film.
Okay, no, I get you. Okay, so who do we have left on the speaker? I think someone. Did we just introduce? Okay, I thought I introduced somebody else. All right. Mrs. C, do you want to say the things you liked about this film?
I like seeing Gregory on my screen. And I say that we see him a lot. I feel like we've made a running joke that he's kind of everywhere, but I like seeing him everywhere. I think I like seeing him on my screen. I do wish he would get more, but there's a way Nollywood casts, so it seems like he's just gonna keep getting pigeonholed into these little side roles, which is a bit unfortunate. It's a bit unfortunate because I feel like he has range. I've seen him in quite different roles. And yeah. Who else? I like Daniel, right? I like Daniel. I like seeing him on my screen as well. I think he's typically quite good. And yeah, I will say I liked the chemistry between him and Bam Bam. They seemed comfortable in each other's space. They seemed comfortable being in each other's space. I thought they did, and we don't get a lot of that, especially with married actors. So it was kind of I liked that. I liked the violence in a way, if that makes sense. Obviously, I didn't like the violence, but I liked the violence in. I'll say if the film was actually telling the story it claims it was telling, I like that it opened with that violence, right? That's kind of something that's supposed to set the tone, this is what you're expecting, and start on that high. And I think starting with that level of violence helped them, because I think that contributed to why a lot of people had an emotional reaction to this film and why it's getting a lot of love. But move on from there. Then also when we were in the abattoir and the Magnus was talking to the TARS officials, Daniel Collier's character and Gregory's character, and I could hear someone getting beaten in the background. It wasn't emphasized, I just heard it, right? While they were carrying on their casual conversation. And I think that was great for just setting up how casual the violence is in that world, if that makes sense. And that's it for me.
Okay, right. Those were all. Yeah, I think those were all meaningful and good notes. The violence was something that I think people should. But I guess I can reiterate some of the things that I liked. Some people have already said. The cinematography I thought was good. They used shaky cams where necessary. Like it's like a good use of not shaky cam, sorry, handheld camera actions where like like it just feels a little unsettling, and it was just used well. Some Dutch angles there with tilting the cameras. Uh, they're just nice. Really, the cinematography is good. I liked the cinematography from Man of God. I think this one even goes a step further. Like I remember liking the wide angled lens from the first one and using it in a close up, and it was a very interesting use of it. They use it when in that early kidnap where what's his name, Kenneth and Daniel's characters first meet, but like Kenneth's character isn't using the wide lens, but Daniel's one is wider, which is just more unnatural and just put him in a way. It just painted him in a more in a much less in control. Like it's just more scary and more scared from it. But like that's all with just using camera angles. I wish the film sometimes just let the cinematography do the storytelling, but it was good. I've talked about some of the sound design choices, some of the lighting choices as well were nice, but there's a point again in that beginning where I think where they're showing the bodies floating, which is a striking image, definitely, at the abattoir. I think just before that, when they're leaving, you see like slippers or footwear of like people who had previously been there. I think that's a nice touch. It was a little too arranged for me, given it seemed like people who were taking off their slippers before they entered somebody's house, kind of thing. But I understand what they were trying to say with that. But yes, I think this movie. I don't feel right calling it a movie. Only just because, not because like it doesn't do a lot of things technically well. I just think because the way it's delivered just feels like a PSA. And we can transition. Yeah, I don't like, I'm not, it's just because of the dialogue, the way the dialogue is. It feels like we're not here to, I think it was High Priestess that mentioned this. It's like, there's a lot of, we're just going to exposit. Sorry, I'm going into the bad. All right, before, yeah, you said going into the bad. All right. But like, those were my goods. We can talk about the bad. Now, let's start with, well, not opening. Let's start with Cynthia.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so with the dislike, I'm going to just talk about the minor dislike I have. First of all, I was angry that they wasted Daniel Etim, my crush, and Bibo Manuel's character. I didn't feel any father and son chemistry in all their acting at all. Then Bam Bam, I actually liked her pregnancy glow, but her acting was for me, and I did not know how people are seeing chemistry. I don't know why anybody saw chemistry. Her acting was just there for me. I didn't see any chemistry. So there was no chemistry in this movie. Father and son, zero. Romance chemistry, zero. Yeah, even though the father and son were not in good terms, I still did not feel like they were not in good terms. Maybe because of the lines they were saying. I just did not feel anything. I just did not feel anything from them. Then Yeah, as I said, minor dislikes. So they had this thing where she went 3M Bridge is a link between mainland and island. I don't know. I just felt they were advertising Lagos, and we didn't need to see a cool advertisement. But it's fine. It's their choice. Then, in the movie, I kind of understood. I tried to understand when in my second watch that Daniel's character he was suffering from PTSD. So 3 weeks later, maybe he decided to go into the music career that he loved to try to survive for the PTSD, and it's fine. 3 weeks later. But when he had his interview, he said something like, the genre of the music I want to do is raw African poetry. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be interesting. Then I saw him on the wig. I'm like, this raw African poetry genre is going to be really, really interesting. And then he had a gig, and I was yelling, yo, blink, blink, blink. I'm like, what are you, yo, blink, blink, blink for me? I mean, I want a raw African poetry. Why are you yoing for me? No, so yeah, that's bad. That's my minor dislike. Then the use of dialogue. So or exposition or talking. I just felt they were talking too much in this movie. We could see their poverty. Why are you still talking about it? We could see you people are not in good relationship. Why are you still talking about it? We could see everything, and they just kept talking, 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 talking. And I'm like, what's going on? And during the watch party, I know Mr. C was trying to say maybe it was asking if they wrote it for radio. And I kind of feel like Bab production have they're so obsessed with this talking, maybe because they do a lot of stage play, and in stage play you have one set and you try to fix the set, and maybe you have to talk a lot. But in a movie you have the set already, so show us and act it and leave the talking alone. Then before I take my leave, I felt like they were trying to do something with Daniel's character. So they were trying to tell two sides, the Magmos, Kelechi Udebi, and Daniel's character, but they kind of focused too much on Magmos' character. That when we got to Daniel's character and how they tried to wrap up, um, I feel like that lack of character and trying to wrap up everything is one of the reasons why we're going to be colliding today in our views. And because these are my minor dislike, and I would like to listen to the heated argument, I would like to take my leave now.
All right. Thank you, Cynthia. All right. Otas, I think you can go.
Sure. So start with again. This is a movie I actually did really enjoy. Surprisingly. So the parts that I didn't like about the movie are, I think, similar to what Cynthia was saying. The exposition was a lot, and the PSA was a lot. I think that there's this towards the end as well. There's like 5 minutes where he's in the car, or they're both in the car, and the male lead is like talking about how they're similar, and I think it's probably 5 of the worst minutes of my life existed in that scene. It was just so cringy. I almost died. I'm sorry. I mean, this person is telling you that his child just died because he had no insurance and no money, and his wife just left him with 3 children because they're so poor. And your retort is just that, well, I'm doing everything for my girlfriend. Like, who gives a shit? Like, you're driving a nice car, you're a lawyer, your father is rich. Like, your struggles are not the same. We are not the same. Like, what are you saying? It was just such an unfortunate choice to make, I thought, to try to kumbaya that moment. And all of that plays into how the movie ends, where they're trying to absolve the police officer and be like, oh, it was a mistake. He had forgiven him. He was about to get out of the car. And it just was very, very lazy to go that route. I thought that it was you know, they had already built him up. I think people already felt some empathy for him enough, and him being frustrated that day made sense. Him acting out his frustrations made sense. And if you're going to tell the story that police officers are also frustrated, which is, you know, then you may as well see the frustration through. Why are we trying to then spend, you know, those last 30 seconds ruining that build up? I thought it was an unfortunate choice. I thought the TARS scenes were useless to the story. I thought that all they did was really shock value. I don't think they added anything to the story, which is why a lot of the anger that I think this movie is going to get is justifiable. It seems like they threw in TARS, SARS, whatever those references are there, into the movie for a reason, and then didn't see it through. They're not actually an integral part of the story. Even his experience doesn't even really change or shape the story much. So I don't know. It just seemed like it was gratuitous to just throw all of that violence in there and throw SARS in there, TARS in there, knowing the situation that's ongoing, and then not actually do anything with it. I think they set up all of that TARS thing just so they had them come out and set the scene at the end, but they don't actually add anything to the story. Also, the SARS layer was comical. It was like if you took, you know, a pen to a 10-year-old and told them to design a bad guy space, and that's kind of what that was. But that's it, I think, for the most part. Oh, and dad and the son had no chemistry. I didn't believe they cared about each other. I think if they had spent even some time establishing any sort of bond between them, other than, you know, field lawyer, now a musician, it would have helped with, I don't know, it would have helped, because even in the end, the dad just looked vaguely disappointed that his son, who had spent all this money on, had died, as opposed to that his son had died. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Natas. I just want to build on a couple things, or like just the car conversation, which I know a lot more people are going to go into. I also found egregious, but I'm going on like a different side to you. You're talking about, you know, this guy's telling you his child died, and when I heard him go, my child died because we had no insurance, I thought, I don't care about your dead child. And this is not me being a bad person, but if a kidnapper kidnaps me, which is essentially what had happened in that scenario, someone with a gun had kidnapped him, put him in a car, and was taking him away, I don't care that this kidnapper who has a gun to me has a dead child. I don't care why you're doing this. I care that you've taken a gun and you've carried me. I don't care about your sub story. You've kidnapped me. End of. Right? I don't care. Then what was the other thing I wanted to? Oh, what was it? Oh yeah, So that's the thing. Oh yeah, the TARS scenes. The reason why, in my opinion, the TARS scenes feel out of place is because the story they told is not the story they claimed they were telling. There's that disconnect and that mismatch. And that's why the TARS scenes feel out of place. But I think the TARS scenes were successful in getting people's emotions involved in the film. Because as a people, Nigerians have a lot of pain and emotions and, you know, trauma attached to police brutality and SARS specifically. And it was a way to get people's emotions involved, which I think
And I think that was unfortunate. I think it was cheap. I think it cheapened the story.
I think
You're exploiting people's pain, and you're not even doing it in a way that actually has anything to do with the story. So then you're just being mean, honestly.
I agree.
Thanks, Atez. Kamsi, do you want to say thoughts?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I want you to imagine maybe your relative or someone close to you, someone you love, had to undergo a surgical procedure, and the doctor forgets something, maybe he forgets a blade or scissors inside your loved one, and when you later find out your loved one is dead, and then I say, oh, the reason why the doctor had to do that was because they had to, because they didn't pay his salary, he has bills to pay, the salary is not enough. Doctors are frustrated in Nigeria, please. And they give excuses because for your loved one dying. I'm trying not to get angry because I want to say things. And you now reasoning that and say, oh, that's true. So let me just forgive the doctor. Does this make sense to you? I grew up seeing police officers pointing gun at my father almost every night. Because when we drive from my mom's shop to our house at night, they will stop us, ask for money. And at times my father would feel like, I don't want to give these people money. Why do they have to do this every time? I've seen police hit my mom because my mother was trying to like beg them to take their gun away from my father. And you want to come explain to me and tell me that the reason why they do that is because they are frustrated with their job. They don't pay you well. Don't do the job. Don't do the job. Because you can't tell me the reason why a doctor kills a patient is because he is not being paid well, and I will overlook it and say, okay, oh, I understand. You are trying to tell NSAS story. You don't want people to forget the NSAS. Go and explain to those people that died during NSAS. Go and explain to their family that it was because the police are not being paid. That's why they do that. Because it's like rich people, they lost touch with humanity. They just lost, they don't feel what people are feeling, and they want to do, oh, let's tell a balanced story. If you want to tell a balanced story, go to the family of people that died during NSAS. Go and tell them. Go and tell their story. Because I don't know why you make a movie to justify the actions of people who are supposed to protect citizens, and you are trying to justify the action against citizens because you are not being well paid because of their financial status. That was why they act like that. You are trying to paint the police officer as a good guy. He didn't join SARS because he has this humanity. He's human and he doesn't want to do you bad, and so he's frustrated. That was why he had to do what he did. Because I don't really get it. Does that make sense to you? That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Kamzi. Yeah, no, completely understandable about this. Rotimi, I actually will give you a chance, but I know a couple of people that will speak about some of these things, and I know there's going to be some discussion about the justification of this. But like, I would advise everybody to look at the pinned tweet. There is literally a line that says, "Me and you were the same." Before we go into whether they're both sizing this or not. Just bear that in mind. Ainka, did you want to say some of the things you didn't particularly like about this?
Yes. So I kind of had a note. I think I already wrote a tweet that this thing needs a paper to analyze it. So I think I'm going to first of all start with the story itself. I had a lot of issues with the story itself before even going into the politics of the story. First, it was too long for the conversion of both of the leads to meet. Like it's the same issue that we've had with other movies, right? That they do this parallel storytelling and they were supposed to meet at some point, and they always do it at the 30-minute mark, 30 minutes before the movie ends, so it doesn't give them enough to tell the main story of these two characters interacting. Secondly, I think everybody has already touched about it on the SARS and TARS scenes. The villains were too. It sounds like I'm making fun of it, but I'm not. it was too cartoonish. And what also made it more increasingly that violence truly happens. It's not that the violence doesn't happen. That violence actually truly happens. But there was a sort of, the way the camera went into it was sort of like, it was fetishizing that violence, which made it look into a very much like cartoonish type of violence. Ultimately, the real villains of this movie, since this movie, I'm taking this movie based on what the movie tells me it's trying to talk about. It's trying to talk about SADS. It's a movie that comes in a very particular moment and in response to a very particular political context, right? The ultimate villains of the movie, the TARS ones, right? And not even the ones that get consequences. They don't, not even consequences. They're not the main villain of this movie. I'm so sorry. Like everybody has already pointed out, they don't matter. It is the cop. It is the cop that we're supposed to have pity for, is the one that shoots the guy accidentally, by the way. It comes out of nowhere. The mistaken killing comes out of nowhere. This is a cop. This is a cop that says he's been on ground for years, right? They know when safety. You can put safety on a gun. You can put, especially if he knows he's going to be swinging it. You can put safety on a gun. There is no way that mistake will happen. It's just some. I'm building up to an argument, you guys. Yeah, that's just crazy. And he gets arrested by the police, right? He gets arrested. He gets his comeuppance. So what is this SARS? The SARS people don't even get nothing. Nothing happens to them. They continue like what is the reason for that violence? It's the camera fetishizes that violence, and it makes it into a cartoon. It makes it. The people that definitely can bring like what's it called, trauma back for people who definitely in truth interact with that. There are some people that have never interacted with that, and that the way that thing is shot will make it be like, oh, this is some impossible thing, because of the way the camera is fetishizing that violence. So it's this movie also like it hates poor people. I'm so sorry to say this, but this movie hates poor people. And we can compare it with the way the rich couple and the poor couple are. The woman, the female in the poor couple, right? She's made into an ag. She's made into a woman, a gold digging, who only cares about money. Even though, like, yes, the story tells us, the dialogue tells us, oh, a child died, and that's kind of the issue. But the movie and the framing of the camera and the words that are coming out only frames her as like this woman who only cares about money. It doesn't even go into like, you have a stronger motivation in the fact that a child died because of poverty, right? You could always harp on the something, but every word that comes out of her mouth, and this is the way they always portray that this is how poor people talk, right? Every word that comes out of her mouth is just some typical thing that you see of like, oh, if we think about the way we portray women, especially women who only care about money, every single thing, she eats that thing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every single cliche you can think about, she hits it. She hits it. And it's just terrible. Even the guy, right? The man, the man is made to seem also kind of foolish, not really accepting the situation, just not, just the family is just, the way they portray them it's unhuman like. But, oh, the rich couple, who, by the way, if you listen to what the dialogue is telling us, right? This man, Mide, has no money of his own. And the girl is about to marry this man. And by the way, she's not going on this person on like that has no money of his own. She's about to marry him. They're about to have a family. And they don't even talk about money like that. right? She doesn't even go, I'm not going to be with you because of you don't have money. Why? Because in actuality, he does have money. He comes from a rich family. But just to even add to that, Mide's music sucks. This movie is condescending. And I would say the thing that really shows the condescension of this movie is that his song sucks. And then we go to the next something and it's going to go like Nigerians don't like it goes like, oh, my music is about Africa and it's speaking to the African consciousness. Oh, Nigerians don't care about like serious music. That is stupid. Your music sucks.
You filmmaker, sorry.
Huh?
Don't listen to him. Carry on,
Nothing,
please.
sorry. Just have
No, like the music suck. He's talking about, oh, we don't care if you listen to the rap. By the way, he was repeating his rap, his flow sucks and everything. I don't expect it for the actor to know how to rap. Like they could always have an actual rapper and he lip sync to it. But I'm not coming on the actor. I'm just saying like within the story of the something. If that was real music that you were putting on the something, I would also kick you off of the stage. Right? It sucks. It's also talking about like. You're saying you're talking about African something, but when did Nigerian hip hop ever do gangster rap? The things you're rapping about is more about gangster rap, and that's more of an American shit, and that belongs to a political situation that is more American than it is Nigerian. What are you talking about? Get off the stage. You come to a club and you're doing some stupid nonsense. And the movie then has the audacity to talk to Nigerians, and Nigerians don't like music, and it's you can see it in the movie. It's so condescending. And you can, because of the way he treats his poor characters. This guy has no money of his own. And we can see because this guy goes to a gig, right? And in that gig, he doesn't do well and he doesn't make that much money. But he doesn't make that much money. And yet we're not supposed to be concerned about the poverty of him because he's from a rich family. He's got money. His father is not going to kick him out. He has options. And this movie treats the people who are middle class and up with respect. But the people who are not, let's not. Let's just make them into a caricature. You get? This is also built up to something. Those are the things about it. Also, the scene where the guy, where the police officer, the regular police officer, like the main character, he is stopping cars, but cars are not giving him money. He has a gun on him. He's a police officer in Nigeria. He can stop that car and ask and say anything for the boys, and most Nigerians will just give him something. So what is the reason for that scene? That scene is just ridiculousness. This is all to say, I kind of want people to there's a book that I like to say. It's called Elite Capture by Olufemi something, but it's called Elite Capture. It's about how social movements, right, are captured by the elites. This movie says nothing. It says absolutely nothing. What this movie is saying is that let's keep the status quo. It talks about police, but it's trying to focus that SARS, it literally says it. If anybody listens, it says there are bad apples among the police. And that's a very liberal answer to issues about police brutality. Police brutality is not something that only like I live also in America. I'm going to take from American. I'm also going to take from Nigeria, from my Nigerian experience. But it's all over the world. Police, the origination of police is not to protect themselves as much as they say that. That's just a side consequence. The first thing police are supposed to be created for, police is a form of state power, and the state protects property because the state is being controlled by the elites, and the elites have property, and that's what police is for. The main function, the primary function of a police is to protect property. Whatever else happens, that's just side consequences, side benefits. That's what police do. That's what police have been doing from even if you go back to Rome, if you also go back to ancient China, ancient Korea, there have been police. And what police has done from all those time is to protect property, and property is owned by the elites. That's it. Like, what are you trying to tell me? This is a very liberal nonsense. You're not you. This is a co-opting of the movement of NSAS by elites, by somebody that is definitely like goes in the elite circle, and then tells you, "Oh, I hear." At least it's a liberal elite, not a conservative elite. "Oh, I hear your problem, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to gesture to you that I hear it, so that you feel like you're listened to, but there's nothing to be done." It's kind of like global warming like that. Biden comes out and says, "Oh, yes, around the world, by the way, everybody is seeing it. Fire coming out of nowhere. Half of Pakistan is underwater. 1 in 7 people in Pakistan have lost their homes. Is under like all these things. And guess what? I'm so sorry. I'm just pointing out. Like they will say, "Oh, yes, I hear you. We will do this," but in actuality, they are still continuing what they are doing. The police, the regular Nigerian police, do this to people. SARS is just the worst of them. And you can hear it. The movie literally says, "Oh, SARS is bad apples." SARS is not bad apples. This movie says nothing. Even you can see it at the end when they talk about, the victims. And the first victim this movie tries to say is this frictional victim. And it doesn't even talk about the NSAS massacre. It talks about standing up for the rights. Okay, first of all, the people that were victims of SARS were not necessarily standing up for the right. They were just going on their way and then they became victims. The people that were the SARS massacre were indeed standing up. They weren't there for like actual protests and then they were shot. And it was so confusing to me because that last sequence, it's an actual like parade. And so how is it in an actual parade? It's not for the film. It's just in an actual parade that they had all these people come. They got somebody to mention the name of a frictional character. It is ridiculous to me. It is incredibly ridiculous about you. I co-opted a movement just to say that, "Oh, let's not necessarily do nothing about it." And then you have the audacity, because the movie, the way the film is showing, it's acting like it's saying something. It acting like it's very condescending, like, "Oh, we Nigerians don't know nothing." And it's acting like it's saying something. It's hitting you over the head of like, "Oh," even with that scene about, as everybody has pointed out to the scene in the car. Let's even forget about that. What about that scene where the girl is talking about how they co-land bridges, about separation and everything, and makes no criticism more than that. And in this way, this movie is very, very Hollywood. It's very, very Hollywood. So I guess I should say that this movie, I'm thinking, I don't know, sometimes people in Nigeria, we like to want to be like a Hollywood movie. Like this movie is like Crash. And that is an award-winning, that's an Academy Award-winning movie. It's like Crash. It's like The Help. It's like Riding Miss Daisy. And I really love Riding Miss Daisy. It's like those other Hollywood liberal movies that say nothing. They don't want to change nothing, because they're already benefiting from the system. The system is working for you. So you're going to make a movie that doesn't really challenge nothing and make it seem like you're saying something.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ayinka. A lot said there, and so much to unpack. Elizabeth, please tell us some of the things you found egregious about this.
So, guys, I hate this movie. I hate it mostly because it did a lot of leading rather than allowing me to come to my own conclusion from a visual storytelling standpoint. This movie took away my ability to feel for anybody. Everything leads to the storytelling technique employed. This movie, so you open this movie with police violence. Kudos, that, you can see that you've hit the ground running. So we go from there. And then the next thing, 3 weeks later, was seeing this same person who faced something, trace interview. Okay, who's this? Are they setting up his character for something? and then you open into Magnus's life and get a drone shot of that Ikoyi barracks, and then a voiceover goes, "Look at where I live. This is my life. This is where I live. This is my life." And then that entire thing threw me off. In fact, that was the moment I hated this movie, because it is leading. This is a movie. Ngwanu, we can see it. We can hear it. Your wife is talking about it. Something had just happened. At that point, this movie has started leading me somewhere. You're telling me how to feel. You're not allowing me to feel. So now that you're telling me how to feel, that's how I'm going to base the entire movie, because now I'm waiting to see where you're trying to lead me to, which this movie did throughout. It kept leading. Daniel, when Mide was in the car, they were saying it. What other point? When they were in the car coming back from Quilox, the friend Adela's character, I can't remember. And why did they even blow her? They blurred her throughout. They just threw her to the background. She also quipped at some point, "Oh, police are not well paid." What are we supposed to do with that?
How long was
Because
that?
oh, you complete mute your mic.
Let me think. Because the movie that we're watching was very insulting.
Oh, you
I
can't
watched
mute
it
your
with my
mic.
What?
Mute your mic.
There we go. Now
Can you guys just mute her for me, please?
she's muted herself.
Okay. So I would also, everybody has talked about dialogue. Please, the dialogue, unremarkable. Look, if you write an algorithm right now and you say, give me a scene from 100 other Nollywood movies where father and son have arguments, or parents and child have arguments over choice of life career. See, word for word, it was so on the nose. It was not inspiring. It was pedestrian. I was like, in fact, I could imagine the next thing the next person was going to say. I could just imagine. I was like, oh, okay, now we've established that a trust fund kid who gets kicked out. Okay, fine. Let's see how that goes. And then the scene at the club when Mide's girlfriend and a friend were talking, and then she chimed, "Oh, I don't even know, because of this is you can't say what was the anxiety thing," just alluded to the PTSD, and then that's quite pretentious. That odious scene in the car with when our two characters converged, that was horrible dialogue. It was so bad because there was nothing in the lines that implies that they are both the same. Nothing in the lines. The dialogue was wishy-washy. Anybody could have put this thing together based on, no offense to the writer, but recently, maybe some offense more. That was not a remarkable dialogue. It did nothing. Storytelling technique, bad. So how is it bad? This movie is basically a social commentary on the police living wage than it is on police brutality. In fact, it implies that the living wage is the reason for the brutality, that they are both mutually exclusive. Pardon me. Every tiny detail in this movie was pointing to it. And that is why, at the very core, this story leans on one side. And they were trying to go both sides, but it was not both-sided, it was one-sided. Because there was nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. There was no reason why there was so much commentary on this. Look, if you're going to make a movie about policeman, with poor living wage, I will take it. Just don't sing the song every second. Let me see it. This is a movie. This is not radio. This is not stage. Let me see it. Let me come to my own conclusion. Draw out true sympathy from me. Don't lead me. I'm not going to go because I know that this is an agenda. You're trying to do something and I don't want to see it. Because this movie was just gaslighting everybody. It was talking about poor wage. It was talking about poor wage. It was talking about poor wage at every turn. Our characters lack depth. They don't have any arc. They have tipping points. I'll give them that. Both of them have tipping points, but they don't have arc. There's no depth to them. And they are saying these two people are victims of the society. Please walk me through how they are both victims of the society. Walk me through, please. Let me see your point. You said it so much, I didn't see it. Okay, he's not earning well. Who is Magnus at the very core? Because I don't think he's a good guy. They made it seem so, like, oh, it's all that bad thing happening to him. But that's not true. At the core, he's capable of evil. He accidentally, quote and unquote, shots at somebody. And the first thing he did wasn't to call his guy. He called the task guy that he wanted to join initially that he chickened out of. At the very core, Magnus is capable of evil. We are all capable of evil. But I don't see how he was pushed to that. No offense. Everybody died. People died. I'm so sorry. Primary school teachers earn less than policemen. Let me just say to people that. And I don't see them carrying somebody's child to go and sell. But even let's leave the politics of it. Who is Magnus? Magnus, as portrayed in this movie, was not the victim of society. In fact, the society is the victim of Magnus. Because you pick Magnus, you even ignore the TARS guys who were doing evil things for evil's sake. You ignore them. You try to humanize, and this is the problem this movie has, because it has already decided which side to take. It did not allow the dialogue or the scripting do the storytelling. It's already decided I will both side this thing. And how do I both side it? Oh, let us show people that the police too is not getting paid. Now you're leading and then you led all through and then we didn't get it. Now your both side is leaning heavily on what side? So he's not the victim of society. We are the victim of Magnus. And then the question that I would like to understand is, the police got his tipping point. What exactly was Mide's own tipping point? Is it the PTSD? Are they saying that because of the PTSD, that was why he did not cooperate at the checking points? Because the voiceover at the end, where they made our dead Mide, where they made him do, I would have done things differently. My question is, what were you going to do differently? I don't understand. What exactly is Mide's depth? He's a millennial who studied law and decided to be rapping, doing 2002 rap, wearing 2002 dress. And he's very bad at it. What exactly do you want me to feel for this man? What exactly is the point? And that dialogue gave him, we are both the same. No, you're not the same anything. You didn't ask for your friend to be shot. In fact, that even PTSD thing was so inconsistent because 3 weeks later, it was up and about on Trace TV. I'm like, okay, yeah, trauma doesn't appear like that, but please, I don't know. Yeah, I can't say, I can only talk for myself. But at the same time, there was no point to me this arc. This society that is a victim of, I don't see it. So we are the same. It didn't work for me. Now you have, if this movie was about a policeman if this movie simply was told as a policeman who, because of his low income or whatever was happening to him, he and the struggling artist, or he and whatever artist, even a rich man's child, their lives converged at some point. Now, storytelling technique in filmmaking or in literature, if you get your two characters in a car on a trip, or rather driving, sometimes, and if you set your conflict in there or whatever towards your resolution, there is something that makes them converge, to show internal struggle. It didn't happen. That should be something significant in filmmaking that did not happen. Again, because this movie was trying too hard to tell a story than actually tell a story. They weren't converging. They didn't converge. They were forced together in an unnatural way. And so the entire scene happened so badly. The entire scene did not make sense. And then we also need to, okay, please, there's something to that I didn't understand. Somebody raised the poor police and the rich kid. Is there some form of commentary there? Is there some form of underlining thing that we should get? What are they trying to imply there? Is that what it meant by victims of what? We need to handle delicate social issues with tenderness. Even Magnus' character wasn't handled with care. It was just a mew to push a narrative. Imagine even if this movie was just based on him alone and you show us the struggle he had with the system, like they actually show, without somebody chiming in every second about what we should be saying, something we are saying already, but you felt the need, to point it out. And because we chimed in that whole social commentary about the policemen men living welfare system package, blah blah blah, because we kept at it, it became one-sided. There was nothing. I didn't feel sorry for Midi. I'm so sorry that I didn't feel sorry for him, because I don't know why the filmmakers said to put them together and then accidentally, even when they pulled him off, I didn't feel anything for him. I didn't feel sorry. Like I was just waiting for them to just finish this movie, because I was already angry that this movie was leading me on how to feel. It was telling and telling and telling, even while we can see, even though we have eyes. Now, the closing, what I would say, but this movie, because it relies heavily on sensationalism to pass its message across, which, again, no message, but it just needed the sensationalism. The closing clip that includes the NSA struggle renders this movie odious, obnoxious, and vacuous, because could have just ended it at Magnus getting arrested. Could have just ended it. In fact, I will take that. I'll take that as a conclusion. I'll go home with it. I'll be like, I'll ignore already chiming in about poverty in the police force. But you didn't end it there. You quoted and exploited actual footage of the NSAS. You started reading out names of victims of police brutality. This was after the entire commentary of this film was about how police people had it bad, they have it bad. Now he has killed somebody, and instead of allowing the dead to rest, you brought out what was the correlation between having our dead man telling us, love your people, well, I would have done differently. I don't know, man. This movie is telling a bold story in a cowardly way. I would take a movie that explores police living wage over this one that absolves them of their violence because they are the victim of low pay. No, let's be serious now. All of us are a victim of this country, but we cannot excuse brutality. The politics of this movie stinks, and this movie is deeply dishonest.
Wow. Thanks, Elizabeth. That was very comprehensive and well put. Okay. Not a lot to add on there, to be fair. So I'll just move on to some of the comments that have come in. You can join the conversation. You can either rate it on Nolly Data. You can use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club if you want us to get some of your comments on. Okay, so and this is Ism of Kaduna in reference to the title card at the end of Collision Course that says, in honor of the unsung heroes who stand for justice, liberty, and human rights. He says that that slide got to his head. That slide just messed his head up. Who's hero? That's a good question. I don't know. The unsung hero, that is, I don't know who's supposed to be the unsung hero in this story. It's a good question. LeBron J says, my wild take is that a policeman is a behind-the-scenes producer and director for that movie Collision Course. It was made to justify the brutality of the police against citizens and attract sympathy for the police. The messaging is offensive. Certainly how I felt as well. But thanks. But yeah, we'll get to other people. TFR, please. Do you mind telling us some of the things.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Um, sorry, I'm somewhere else. I had to leave because I really wanted to speak about this film. And when you say dislike, can you say the whole film? Because I did not like this film. In fact, this film filled me with so much anger, and I've been angry since I watched it on Friday. Collision course or propaganda course? That's the question. Because this film, that is just what it was doing. Now, first of all, I don't believe there's any other place that you make a film about police brutality and you would all lives matter it, because that's exactly what this film did. And the thing is that this film thinks it's smart. Guy, we're not dollars. Like, what do you take us for? Like, we're not daft. And it's just very, very annoying that they try to. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry. It's just very annoying that they try to make it seem like that's not what they were doing. But we can see it straight up. The radio presenter, first of all, and most of them they're always having the last word. The radio presenter said it. Adelaoye's character said it. And that rubbish monologue at the end about we are all the same, kumbaya at the fireplace. Please don't piss me off. Let me even tell you, like, that scene, it doesn't even make sense, because I'm just thinking that if it was a poor person, maybe Mide was somebody that was poor, as the policeman is complaining, oh, my wife left me, my kids left me, oh, the Holy Spirit has left me too, blah 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 blah. What if, like, if the other guy was poor, like, everyday Nigerians are going through hardship. You are not the same. The fact that you are in that car shows that you have power to stop somebody and enter their car. You are not the same as a normal civilian. You have the ability to hold weapons. You are not the same. So that bullshit monologue was nonsense. So and I'm like, okay, so what if it was a poor person and he's like, oh, okay, but me too. They never pay me 16 months salary now. Me too, I have my own problem. So what then? Because at the end of the day, we're going through the same thing, but you don't see me oppressing other people. I do not empathize with nobody. If the film was supposed to empathize with people, it was nonsense, because, like, that's a nonsense narrative that it was trying to pass. Because empathize with who? We're making excuses for people brutalizing. Nobody in America, nobody is going to make a police brutality film and everybody's going to sit down and say, oh, let's empathize. Hurt people, hurt people. Don't piss me off. And it's just really, really annoying, like, that they try to cover it up and make it seem like one. Like, okay, so the end was a freaking cop out. A cop out. Oh my god. Oh, accidental discharge. Like, they're not even brave enough to make it have a proper ending. You want to, because you know that if he actually kills him, then everybody's like, okay, maybe this police guy was bad after all. If he doesn't kill him, oh, maybe they're going to say that we're empathizing with him overall. So you now use this cop out and use the accidental discharge. And at the end of the day, who gives the monologue from the down under? This is the perfect time to make Kelechi give the monologue and say, maybe I should have done things differently. Meanwhile, it's Mide Johnson that is doing things differently. What exactly should he have done differently? At that monologue, I don't understand. Give bribe or tell his dad he loves him. Okay, if he tells his dad he loves him, is that going to change the fact that he could have been oppressed by the police? So what exactly was the use of that monologue? It was pointless, because that was the perfect time for you to ask Kelechi to say that monologue. I don't even understand this film. But hey, like, it's very, very, it's very, very annoying what this film was trying to do. And I'm sick of it. Because this is the same, I don't want to allude to her previous films, but Man of God, the guy went back to his abusing father, and now this. There's a pattern I'm noticing. And let me even talk minus the politics of this film. The film self, the storytelling, the characters were underdeveloped. I didn't really feel Bam Bam's performance. See, let me just tell you. My dislike is the entire film. Thank you.
All right, thanks, TFR.
No, I'll just say that I do see some parallels with Man of God, and maybe I'll go into that like later on when we're closing off the bad. But yeah, there was something about Man of God existing that made Collision Course a bit worse for me than I would have
Right.
felt.
Okay. Cool. Mel, do you want to say some of the things you did not like?
Yeah, you don't mind. And I'm really glad that the way that I come in is from the statement about Man of God. Because that's the exact thing that hit me when I was watching it. I was like, the message behind this is despicable, but I have seen this before. And I guess the third time is the charm. So I'm waiting to see what the third movie says. And and waiting for it to cement what I already feel very strongly. What did I dislike about this movie? I think that technically it was, just in general, technically it was uncompelling. I talked about the universe and the setting of it feeling real. Contrast that with how the people in it did not at all feel real. Like, I think the closest person would have been Chioma's character. What Cynthia has already alluded to is there's some stiffness around her just existing there. I thought she was very believable in the setting where she was, but it's just a tiny bit of stiffness. And she's the good one, right? Every other person felt like an unreal person. They didn't feel like people. Media did not feel like people. I'm such a fan of 30 plus men doing some of the most random things. Want to have a rap career? Please have a rap career. I would hail you from today till tomorrow, but Mide definitely did not feel like a real person. The wig on his head wasn't helping. I thought that Kelechi Udegbe gave like a solid enough performance, but he didn't feel like a real person either. Mide's father did not feel like a real person. Nobody felt like a real person. So it was it was very jarring for me to go from the shots of Lagos and everyday people every day to focusing on these people and asking myself what's so interesting about these people that I have to deal with right now. And there was nothing interesting about them. Elizabeth has already talked about how there was no depth. There was zero depth. What was the characterization? I don't think I saw any. Just anyway, technically, if we weren't talking about how despicable its message was, there's very little to talk about technically, I thought. So now back to the message. Let's maybe not the message first. I like that it was short. High Priestess already said it should have been shorter. I definitely agree. But even as short as it was, it's I think the shortest film I have seen this year. Even as short as it was, it still felt like forever. I remember at the watch party just going, "Oh my god, when is this going to end?" Because dear Lord, did it drag. All of the preachiness was very repetitive at the point, because after the first few minutes, like, you already knew what this movie was saying, what it wanted to say. Please, let's get it over and done with. It dragged. The pacing, I respect the pacing, because this type of story, you have to pace it a certain way, but I don't think it helped with just how tedious it all felt. Anyway, so what is my biggest grouse with this film? That I don't know what it is about. Again, the message is despicable, but not to overflog a dead horse. I don't know what this is about. I, as an audience member, I don't know what this film is about. I don't think the film itself knows what this is about. And I listened in on Inside Nollywood Space yesterday, and I don't think the filmmakers knew or know what this film is about. And I would explain, I'll break it down a little bit and explain. I don't know what this film is about, because there's such varying opinions about what the message of this film is. Of course, art is subjective, but the criticism here is very, very, very strong. If you like it, you really, really like it, and you think that it was powerful. If you don't like it, you really don't like it, and you think that it was despicable, it was lazy, it was propaganda, it was all of these things, and I do think those things about. There isn't a middle ground. So what is this film about? Is it, as an audience member, and given a little bit of the audience reactions I have seen, we can't come to an agreement. The film itself doesn't know what it is about, because it swears it's about police brutality. But like I think it was Elizabeth who's already established, it was really about police pay. We spent so much time and so much attention on police pay. It's telling both sides of the story. We spend a lot more time on Kelechi Udegbe's character, Magnus's character, Magnus, right? So what is it about? Oh, it also waffles, because Mide being a rapper doesn't add dimension to his character. It's pointless. Tara's characters are pointless. Mide losing a child, the way that it is presented is overall pointless, because by the time that we learn that, we already agree that the situation is shit for him. So, what else do they do with Mide's character? Oh, the pregnant girlfriend. Oh, the girlfriend wanting him to propose to her. Dear Lord, pointless. So the movie itself doesn't know what it's about, because it doesn't. You know what it's about, right? But then it throws all these other things at you and swears to you that, well, I'm just trying to find balance, and I'm just trying to. No, it's not. It's very confusing in that way. The filmmakers don't know what this film is about, because one of the scriptwriters said it was protest, and the other one said it was about balance. Protest and balance are at odds with each other. You're either telling a story about balance, or you're telling a story about protest. You cannot be cowardly with the protest story. You have to protest. But at the end of the day, listening to them speak, and I'm looking at the film that I have been presented with, and I'm like, this is not protesting. This is just a little. Remember that time that some people were protesters, some people were like, oh, we're a little pissed. Yeah, this was a little pissed. It wasn't protesting. It wasn't powerful. It wasn't saying anything. So what is this movie about? I don't know. I can't ask the filmmakers because they don't know. I can't ask another audience member because we don't know either. What was the point of the film then? If you cannot say something and say it clearly enough, especially on something as fragile as this, on a matter as fragile as, if you cannot say something and say it clearly enough, if you cannot stand for something and stand for it clearly enough, why do you exist? Speaking about balance, I think that this is where I'm going to end. There is no balance if one person has a gun. There is no balance if only one person in this encounter has the possibility of living without their life. There is no such thing as balance. It's not balanced. It's not a fair setup. Nothing. There is no balance. You can talk about wanting to have nuance and context. That's a different matter from feeling the need to speak about something like this balance. Nuance is different, right? Nuance is, oh, they don't get paid. But that's not the only nuance. It's also that there is no structure. It's also that when you take a gun, there's no what's the word for misusing your power. It's also that the police as an institution is a leftover colonial endeavor. The disregard that they have for human life is inbuilt. It wasn't learned. And if you was paying attention, you would know that they were created to keep the locals in check. That never went away. That is nuance. That is the context that something as powerful as this requires. Their pay is bad. As everybody else has said, many people's pay is bad. So if you want to tell something as powerful as this, as poignant, as important, especially given the times, story about balance, your take on it is the most simplistic bullshit ever, because who the fuck doesn't know policemen don't get paid well? Police people don't get paid well. Who doesn't know? We know this. And then to tag on scenes from protests at the end, I don't even want to go into how just tasteless it was that we're seeing we're calling out the names of people who have been lost, and media is just in the background. I guess like a dead media is just in the background saying some utter rubbish. Fuck, shut up about doing things differently. And you're calling out the names. What do you mean? I cannot even begin to unravel that. Anyway, I've said this before. I don't like to tell filmmakers what to do, but then sometimes you see some things and you're just like, you don't have the range. Leave it. Do comedy. Nobody will come to your house to beat you. Leave it. But there's nothing I'm going to say about this one that hasn't been said already. It was despicable. I thought it was. It was cowardly. It I don't think it co-opts the movement too. I think it exploits our trauma. It's why the first scene is so powerful, because it hits all the notes, because it knows how we want to feel about it, how we feel about these things. It hits all the notes and exploits our trauma to say something that isn't even clear. The end, I guess.
Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, Mel.
You wanted to say a thing, but I just want to piggyback off something. And yeah, it's about that end, the thing with the where they use Enter's protest videos and they're chanting the name. And before this, I had been warned about collision course, and honestly, up till the time when he gets into the seat, I was like, I don't, they've painted, I didn't feel a lot of what I was promised, right? I didn't feel upset. I felt it was bad though, because all of the dialogue and things we had mentioned, but I didn't feel upset. And then the thing in the car seat happened, and I was like, that's a very bad move. I felt that's a very bad move. This way equal and all of this. But the one that like really, really took words out of my mouth was when they added the NSAS thing. And here's why. You, BAP, attacking on the accidental discharge of somebody you wanted us to feel sorry for at the end of a film. On a protest where people have been killed, not by accidental discharge. The thing we have been enters were protesting is not just because a guy, one personally, one time accidental discharge. This is not what the NSAS movement represented, and to tack him on like his representation of that is fucking disgusting. I hate it so much, and I've never hated anything. We've gone through some movies that have triggered me, but fuck that. That is a despicable thing to put in a movie. If you don't know, there's the things that you can put things in your movies, right? Get things, but that part it's like real life, right? If you don't care about it, just don't talk about it. You don't care about it enough, don't talk about it. It's not your story to tell. You don't get it. You're not going to do the work quite all right with some of the laziest fucking dialogue I've ever seen. Don't talk about it. We won't criticize you. You can't tell me that, it's a movie. It's a movie it's just, you've now tacked on real life. You've tacked on things that people actually died for. You think people would have taken to the streets based on accidental discharge? Is that what you think? Or is that what you want people to believe? Anyway, yes.
Yeah, I'm adding on something a lot more mild. When Mel said, what is the point of the story, right? What is the actual story? This is the second time I've seen a BAP film and gone, what is the actual story? This is the second time we've had this sleight of hand, this promise of this is the story you're going to get versus this is the story you actually get. Man of God, it happened. We got to the end of Man of God going, what was this actual story? What was the story? And it was just not clear. We were promised something, good critique on religion or whatever, and what we were giving was just, I don't know what it was. I still don't know till today. And we have the same thing here. It's like, what is the actual story? What is this? What we're promised a story on police brutality, but it's not a story on police brutality. Is it the story of there are just a few bad apples in the police force? Is it the story of this is the guy and this is how the system has? We don't know what the story is, and this is the second time we've seen this come from BAP. Like, I just, as a side note, I think I would have been perfectly happy with seeing a policeman, an idealistic policeman, crumble under the weight of the system. Right? I think that would have been, I wouldn't have been offended at that depiction of the system, right? The system crumbling and whatever. But it's not me that will tell you what story to tell, right? I'm just going to tell you how I feel about the story you've actually told. And it was the same as, it was the same. This is the second film in a row where there's been a sleight of hand and there's still an inconsistency in what the story is actually about.
Okay. All right, thanks, Mr. C. Gracious host is back on. Vanessa, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I had no intentions of saying anything. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. I had no intentions of saying anything today because from the watch party to now, I've just been incredibly triggered. Not necessarily by what I've watched, just by a lot of the response that I've been seeing online, but that's beside the point. Mel and Mrs. C have sort of said the thing I wanted to say in my short paragraph. But the thing with the two BAP films that we've seen now on Netflix is this thing where it comes across like they're trying to make some commentary, some sort of social commentary, while saying a whole lot of nonsense. Sometimes a whole lot of emptiness. It's BAP movies do that thing that Jada Pinkett Smith does really well, where she says a lot of words but doesn't say anything at all. It just goes on and on and on, and you're like, okay, so where's the commentary? Because you're not making any commentary at all. And it's like, so what's the point of having this conversation if you're actually not going to have this conversation? If you have the beginning of the small balls to broach the subject, then broach it. Do it some respect. And honestly, this is a lack of respect for a nation's trauma, a generation's trauma. And people still are living every day with the trauma of what happened in 2020. And every day, in the past few weeks, we've seen from Jackie Aino to the woman who co-opted it for her book, we've seen the reactions that young people have with people co-opting the NSAS movement, right? And then you make a film that the first however minutes of this film, 40 whatever minutes, has nothing to do with the NSAS movement. And then in the last 30 to 20 something minutes of it, you find a way to make it about it. I'm confused. And then not only do you now find a way to make it about that, you then tack on that clip at the end of that film that was so unnecessary and so deliberate. And that's what's upsetting, right? Because you can't say that was a mistake. It's not a mistake. It was deliberately done. And that's more revealing about what the production house wants to do with their films than the film was. Because how do you, in good faith, think that is right to do? That I don't understand why. Why? We have these conversations about how Nigerian films treat issues of sexual assault, how they treat serious issues, how you broach serious issues in Nollywood films. And Otas and Mel and I have said multiple times, just don't do it. If you can't do it right, don't do it at all. Honestly, we are fine with superficial. I'm sorry. Maybe let me not say we, let me speak for myself.
We are.
For as long as, honestly, for as long as Nollywood cannot handle serious issues with nuance and care and respect, don't do it at all. Give us the superficial stories. We will take it. We will take it. At this point, I will take slapstick comedy than this. Honestly, I would watch Prophetess 300 times and be annoyed by how ridiculous that you guys don't laugh. I would watch Prophetess 300 times and be slightly miffed by how annoying the whole premise of that film was, right? Versus this. Give me surface level. I will take surface level because apparently Nigerian filmmakers are very surface level in the way they think about and in the way they choose to portray serious issues. So if you can, rather than pretend to be deep and actually have an opinion on societal matters, just give us surface level. That's honestly, that's the bare. Just give us the bare. Don't broach it until someone genuinely takes the care and respect and the time to treat this. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering because it's upsetting to me. I don't know, because I'm trying to understand the motivation behind this, behind making films like this. What is the motivation? Because I genuinely want to understand why. This is not even a critique. This is just a why. Why? Because it was completely unnecessary. Everybody is dealing with their trauma in their own way. And then you come in the guise. You put on a mask, pretending like you care about this matter. And you have the effrontery, the gall to say honor. I'm sorry, that honor word has been so misused in the whole conversation concerning this film. In whose honor was this film made? In whose honor was this film made? Like, can we not? Do not attribute, what is the word now? Do not attribute qualities to this film that it does not have. What honor is this film? What honor is this film doing anyone? Who? Where? How? And then to top it all up, the storytelling was shoddy. So it did not even make a good film. Talk more of deal with a subject matter that serious. So overall, you just carry odo, big odo on your head. How? Just 0/10. How? So you don't make a good film and then you treat something with such disrespect. It almost feels predatory, to prey on people's emotions and their trauma in this way. For what? A quick buck? I'm confused. Because this wasn't a documentary. This wasn't what was I genuinely want to understand what the motivation was. And I'm not asking anybody to explain to me. It's just a question that's been going on throughout since Friday, since I watched this film. What was the motivation? Why? And maybe if Nigerian filmmakers sat down and asked themselves why they are choosing to make certain films and broach certain topics, then maybe they will approach it from a place of honesty and respect. Because quite frankly, it's becoming ridiculous. The way they continue to do these things and you continue to make these films and the audiences talk. And rather than listen, it's like our mouths are smelling. Anyway, shall not be me go tell you now waiting I'll go do. Last, you will make the films you want to make. But honestly, this was disgusting. This was incredibly disrespectful. It was predatory and it was completely unnecessary.
All right. Thanks, Vanessa. Ask Rotimi. Rotimi, if you can. But in the meantime, Ava, do you have stuff you wanted to say? I know you didn't get to say you're good. If you want to do both good and bad, feel free.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Well, I said that when I come on your space, I was gonna say something bad, even though yes, I'm in the industry, and I said I was gonna say anything bad about Nollywood movies, but I said I was gonna say something bad. Now, unfortunately, I worked on this film, so I'm extra biased. So I really can't say anything bad because, I'm hearing what people are saying about it, and well, I just have to say, I understand where they're coming from, but the thing that I wanted to say, I wish the film had is I wish it was a little bit longer, even though I kind of like that it was short because, I like short films. I just like when things get to the point. I really don't like to sit down for an hour, 30 minutes to watch a movie. So I like that it was short, but I think I would have liked if it was longer. So, that's like a double-edged thing. And then I don't know if I can comment on what everyone else said. Or okay. Well, I remember somebody said that the story should have been told in a linear fashion. And that's completely understandable. Originally, the story was actually just told in a linear way, just as events transpire. There was no flashback, go back, and all that stuff. But it didn't have any effect because at the time Bam Bam is driving to Midday, if the audience knows he's dead, then the music is going to be sad. If the audience doesn't know he's dead, the music is going to be suspenseful. So we had to decide, do we want it to be suspenseful at that moment or do we want it to be sad? And when she gets there, he's dead. The movie's just going to keep being sad. So it's just going to be a sad fest and then it will be overdone. So we decided, okay, you know what? We're going to edit it in a way that, we jump to the next morning and then we go back to see what happened. So that's why it's not a linear story. And obviously it's a very topical issue. It hits a really, really soft spot for a lot of people. And naturally, if you're telling a story like this, there's some people that are going to like it, some people are going to hate it. And because this is something that is very close to a lot of people's hearts, I don't want to invalidate anyone's feelings. If you feel strongly about it, it's how you feel. Your feelings are valid. We hear you. Yes. I do want to mention that I think a lot of times when people have an issue with movies, it tends to be because it doesn't give them what they are looking for. So it's not necessarily a bad film. It's just maybe it didn't give you what you were looking for. And for some people, they were probably looking, for some people, I'm not saying anyone specifically, they were probably looking at, okay, if this is about NSAS, then yes, it's good. Police is evil. The police should be demonized. And then they are pissed off when you're talking about Magnus and what he went through. And it doesn't have any, like, what's my business with that? What's my business with that? And say teachers are underpaid. They don't go out robbing people. Well, you teachers don't have guns. Okay, let's be honest. If you gave teachers guns and they were underpaid, a lot of kids won't be coming home. Sounds evil, but it's true.
They should go ahead and keep people. Really?
Yes. Do you understand
Ava,
frustration?
Since you realize that imbalance exists and they have guns, then what is the point of creating a sad story about it? Because you are shooting yourself in the foot right now when you say that. You're trying to paint both sides, but also you realize that they have guns, and that is why other professions who are just as poor are not out killing people. So it's like, which is it? Are they justified or are they not justified? What story are you telling?
There's no justification to killing someone. I think that's the point. Nobody's saying that, okay, yes, police is right in doing in what they did. A lot of people have problems with the fact that the Taz guys, they got off scot-free. Like, you didn't even say what happened to them. I think this movie is not a moral lesson. It's not a preaching movie. It's not trying to give you, it's just telling you a story. Like, hey man, in Nigeria, this is,
we are all the system.
Yes, preaching in the sense of
let's let him. Let's let him. Let's let him. Let's let him finish and then we can address it.
It's basically just telling you a story that, hey man, this is what happens. And the truth is, yes, okay, I understand that a lot of people have a problem with, how the movie was presented, but it's not inaccurate. Police are underpaid. I'm not saying it justifies how they act, but you have to understand that, yes, they are evil, they are horrible. But it's like when you, let's say, somebody is shot and then you go to a hospital and then you're like, hey, doctor, this guy is shot, help him out. And they're like, well, we can't help you unless you pay 30,000 naira for deposit. They're like, I don't have 30 grand, man. This guy is going to die if you don't. And then you'll be like, how can people be so evil? But then you fail to remember that these people, they are there They are overworked, they are underpaid, and they see these things every day. At some point, you are desensitized. Everyone wants to, hey man, they want to make police just evil, and they are. Don't get me wrong, but my point is that it's literally, and I know people will abuse me for this, it can be any one of us. The only thing we can't control in life is the situation we are born into. And some people are born into certain situations. Nobody wants to be a police officer. No freaking body. Nobody was growing up and seeing police officers on the street and say, hey man, yeah, I want to wear a uniform and do that. Just about every single person that got into the police force got into it because they didn't have a choice and were just looking for opportunities and they wanted to make money. Now you are underpaid, you're overworked, you don't have a proper education, and you are looking for money, and then they send you into the field with a gun. What do you think's gonna happen? I'm not saying it's right, it's wrong. Okay, they shouldn't be that way. But at the end of the day, when when things like this happen and it's a system, like so many people, so many police officers are like this, it's not because they are just evil. You don't just cross a threshold into police academy and just become this evil, terrible human being. You are made to be that way, and a lot of times when people are made to be that way, they don't have a choice. There are people who go to church religiously, they've never seen Jesus, but somebody told them about Jesus and they say, oh yeah, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. It's how they were built. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying the movie was trying to defend the police. The movie was just trying to tell you a story in a way that it says, hey man, this is one side of the story, this is another side of the story, and see how it collides. And my final point, I do not think that the movie hates poor people. I that's the new one. I've heard a lot of takes, but I really don't think that. And yes, I don't know if Oyiko has been poor before. I mean, I have been poor. I've been poor. When you're so poor, you can't afford the OR because OR means you have options, or I will have this or that. No. Oh, and when you are poor, you are frustrated, you are angry, you feel like less of a human being every single day. It is not a fun place to be in. It is not. And when, Chioma Akpola's character was complaining every day, yeah, that's what happens. I know a girl who was married and her husband, he had degrees and everything, but just couldn't get a job. She would complain to every single person. She would complain to me all the time. And I used to send her money, didn't have much, but I would because I was like, if I could send you money just to stop not hear you complain anymore, I would. So it's not saying, oh yeah, we hate poor people. I think it's just trying to accurately, well, in a movie sense, depict what's happening in a short, quick, and easy way, and not to belabor the point. It was just fast. Hey man, this is it. Film done. Everybody take the story, go home, and that's it. Okay, I know people are gonna come for me now, so have at it.
All right. Edwin, you can go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I guess the first thing I would probably want to say is that, like every other job, joining the police is opt-in. It's not forced on anyone. There are millions of people. In fact, because when I was a teenager, I tried to join the NDA. I didn't get in. There literally is an exclusionary practice that doesn't allow everybody to join the police. So the idea that, the police, joining the police and becoming a corrupt police officer is something that is kind of baked into the process is inaccurate. And it kind of explains why the film has so many holes. Because it's clear that the people who wrote the film and the people who directed and produced the film had a very narrow, unresearched perspective, and then use that narrow, unresearched perspective to tell their story. The police is opt-in. People drop out of the police all the time. People get fired from the police all the time. So there's no the idea that, this is something that's inevitable is laughable, I would say at best. Secondly, if you look at Bolani Austin Peters' body of work, she's made 3 films now. The first film was Bling Lagosians, which is a world she knows because she's an elite and she's grown up in these places. She understands how the politics of how those worlds work, and which is why the story was serviceable. However, it's obvious that she's in a world that she doesn't understand, and hasn't taken the time to understand or even processed the magnitude of the story that is being told. This is not a fantasy. This is not a romance. This is something that's happening to millions of Nigerians which have protested. There's so much information. There's an overflow, a surplus of information that could have informed the storytelling on this film. And we can see that that information was not accessed. It was not considered. It was not imputed into the process, which is why we have the product that we have. And I really don't understand why poverty is structural, corruption is structural, inequality is structural. If this film wanted to say something, they could have said something about the structure that forces people to commit crime, especially people in positions of power. Because being a police officer means that you have the authority, the state behind you. You have the authority of the state. And that authority you are not a civilian. You're not a regular person. You're not a normal person, because the office that you're in and the uniform that you wear essentially gives you power. It gives you authority to do certain things. And so to kind of, absolve the character who committed the crimes of their responsibility because the system is bad, shits on everybody else who works in the system and tries to do good. At the very least, Collision Course could have been a film that explores the structural problems that lead to corruption, that lead to violence. It didn't do that. And I'm kind of perplexed that we are expected as an audience to kind of just take the film. We cannot take the film because this is essentially indoctrination. Like every story that is put out has the potential to inform people's perspectives on things. And so to say that, oh, this is not a like or a dislike problem. This is inaccurate. This is structurally wrong. This essentially is misinformation because this does not reflect the reality of millions of young people who, literally, I have been a victim of police brutality, and so many young people move around in anxiety. We see a police officer and your heart races. You worry, literally, even though you have nothing on you that's incriminating, if there's something that would be used against you. And to kind of flatten all of that trauma that millions of young people are going through and try to humanize, and even the humanization kind of is ironic because it doesn't acknowledge the structural system that informs the actions of the average police officer. So to kind of say, oh, the police officer is poor. Yeah, maybe some police officers are poor, but most of them are not. They're not, because they are buying houses, they are buying cars. Look at, what's his name? Abba Kyari. Abba Kyari has millions and millions of naira. I mean, is he not a police officer too? Is he somehow outside
Can I
of...
interject?
No.
Let's let Edwin finish and then.
Okay.
Is he not part of the system? Are the hundreds of police officers over the years who have been exposed for corruption, are they not part of the system? It confuses me. It confounds me that we are expected as an audience to take what is given to us essentially and invalidate our own experiences, which is not a one-person experience, not a two-person experience, it's not a 1,000 people experience. Hundreds of thousands of young Nigerians across the country came out to protest about police brutality and violence that they've experienced. Each one of us have experienced at every level. This is multi-generational police brutality, police violence. It is not one person. It is not one generation. We are not all, stupid, or, we're not all unfeeling, or we're not all callous. We don't want to demonize certain people, but it is impossible to look at the violence that has been meted on young people and even older people and say, oh, yeah, that there's just nothing that can be done about it. So yeah, here's the film. And again, even everything else could be forgiven except the NSARS thing. Everything else could be explained the way it gets except the NSARS thing. Because if you take something that has happened to people, real, something that was recorded, and of course, that all of that footage was non-consenting because we did not consent to having our trauma used as justification for what's essentially propaganda. None of us consented to that. None of us are, and clearly from the responses that we've had on Film Club today, none of us consent to it now. So how can that be explained away? How can that be justified? How can that be explained? And I just think that, because that's why I wanted to speak up. I was going to just like listen through, but the idea that the information is not out there that negates everything that the film tries to tell us is laughable. The idea that this is just a film, it's not just a film. If it was just a film, you could tell a million other stories. This story did not need to be told by this person at this time because clearly they did not have the context. And even if they had access to the context, they did not consider it important enough to actually study it and come at it from a place of respect, from a place of knowledge, from a place of empathy. Most importantly, there was no empathy. There was a lot of, preaching. There was a lot of grandstanding. There was a lot of, I'm here and I have the money, so I might as well tell the story. But there was not a lot of empathy for even the police officers, because even this idea, there's a lot of things that are being said. Like, for example, they said something about how teachers, why don't they, if teachers had guns, they would shoot people. This is not a hypothetical. It's happening in America right now. They are having that conversation right now. So this is not a hypothetical. Teachers are literally being killed by people. Like the most recent one happened where the police officers literally, they could have saved children, but they stayed outside because they were protecting themselves. So this is not, none of this is something that you say, okay, I don't really have the context, I don't have the information, so I'm just going to make some assumptions and make a film based on my assumptions. That is not acceptable. That is not excusable, and that is most importantly not explainable. So I don't know. I hope that she listens, and filmmakers in Nigeria generally listen, that there are some stories that you can tell and get away with it, but this is not one of them. This is a story that affects, first of all, it's an ongoing story. This is not something that's happening in the past. It's happening to us right now. There are people who watched Collision Course this morning, and this afternoon they dealt with police officers. So this is not something that is in the past or something that we're looking back on. This is something that's happening right now, and the very least we can ask from our filmmakers is that if you're going to address the story, if you're going to address what is happening, address it from a place of respect, address it from a place of knowledge, address it like people are human beings, not, rabid capitalists trying to make a quick buck of people.
All right. Thanks, Edwin. And Eva, I just want to give you a chance to respond, but I just do want to say is that, yes, there's, people can take whatever they want from this in terms of the story. But I would just remind you, a thing that is riling a bunch of us, at least myself, is tacking on NSARS, right? Like when you add NSARS right at the end, we're not doing a, hey, does this really talk about, no, we're directly linking it to NSARS, and it has a thing in honor of the unsung heroes, right? So like, we're not talking about something that did you think it was going to be about this? It's done that itself, right? So that's what a lot of our complaints is about. But sure, Ava, if you wanted to respond.
Okay, well, the thing that's why I didn't comment about like the footage at the end. I personally don't have anything against it, but I know that NSAS is very, very emotional for a lot of people. So in that regard, I would just respect everyone's feelings on that and not say, oh no, it's good they tacked it on, or it's bad they tacked it on. No, I'm not gonna just go to that. However you feel about
but
it,
do you think like
it's
what we're
fine.
saying is just an emotional response that like they just tacked on NSARS? We're saying something a little bit more than that. So
Yes, I understand.
if you want to address that, you can, but like don't hand wave it with oh, people are just being emotional. If you you can agree or disagree, but we can't just go, oh, it sounds like you're just saying, oh, you're being emotional and you're entitled to your emotion. It sounds a little patronizing. I'm sure you're not doing that.
No, come on.
No.
I'm not trying to be patronizing. I'm
No.
I'm
I know.
acknowledging how people
Yes.
feel. And I'm saying your feelings about it are valid. Now, I may feel differently about it, but I'm not gonna argue about something that it is an emotional issue. You can't say people aren't being emotional about it. If you hear the way people talk about it, clearly it's an emotional issue. And I'm not going to say, hey man, your emotions aren't valid or you shouldn't feel this way about the protests videos on there. However you feel about it, and if that's how you feel, it's completely fine.
I know you don't mean to
I
do
don't
it,
know what people went through. Some people
you're
lost
doing
people
it again.
against that. You
Sorry,
get?
you're doing it again. But like, what I'm saying is that it's not just. I know, like people are emotionally charged about it. I'm not saying that, but like, there is something. It's not just SARS video, hence emotion. I've seen the SARS video before. I felt emotion. I did not come to attack anybody. I didn't attack anybody or anything. There
No,
is
I'm even going
it's
to.
something.
I'm
It's
even going
something
to say
flawed.
this. It's not just that. It's not that the thing happened. For 48 months, we were gaslighted that it did not happen at all. That it was a lie. That it never happened. That we imagined it. We dreamed it. This is not something that For 48 months, we had whole panels about this thing where they discussed the legitimacy of the lives of people who died. So to come and say, oh, it's how we feel. No, we don't feel strongly about it. This is something that is happening. We were gaslighted for 48 fucking months.
Yeah.
This is
And
not
just
something that you take and come and play with. No.
yeah.
Mbana.
And just to tie the point, Eva, is again, like I get it, like it is an emotionally charged thing, but what I'm saying is that it's not just the emotion, it's not just the fact that it's emotionally charged, it's what was done with it. It's what was done with it. I can see a film where film and a story that was told that tacked this on that would have made me bawl my eyes out maybe, but I would have been I would have been appreciative that it was done. Right. So that's what I mean by like, don't do I get it, you're feeling some kind of way. That's what I'm saying. Like, so you don't have to address the point, but don't also knock it away by saying it's just your feelings. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to dismiss it. Like, I'm saying that exactly what you said. I'm saying that I'm not going to address that part. That's why everything I mentioned was about the film. It's in itself, in terms of what people inferred from it, in terms of like how the film, like when you said it hates poor people and how made like someone said Mide was a bad rapper. Like it's stuff about the movie in and of itself. Now at the end, towards the footage of the protest and things like that, like basically I'm not going to comment on that because I mean, you guys, I was in Nigeria as well. If you follow my tweets on the SRS thing, I was just as pissed off as everyone else. So the feelings that you feel, I was on tweet arguing with people that, are you mad? How can you actually tell me what I saw with my own two eyes didn't happen? So it's not a situation of me trying to dismiss everybody's feelings. I was there too. I felt what everybody felt. I'm not excluded from everything. Do you get? And because I made the music in the film, so obviously I'm emotionally invested in the film as well. So for me to start defending something that is so emotionally charged, it doesn't make sense. Do you get? So which is why I'm basically saying that on that issue, I understand where you're coming from, and I won't comment on it. That it's not saying you're just feeling emotional or whatever. I'm not trying to dismiss it. I'm actually acknowledging it. I'm saying it's valid, and I'm not trying to engage anyone on why it's right or wrong. You get? I hope I've made that clear.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. And just I just want to be really quick because I don't want to talk too much about this. At the end of the day, I feel like what Mommy Sangotedo was saying, yes, you do have a lot of valid points. But from my own perspective, I think the problem a lot of people do really have in the film is because they keep saying, oh, we're trying to humanize the police. We're trying to humanize the police. I think we were just trying to say, this is what it is. And then infer from it what you will, but a lot of people tend to just feel as if you're just trying to do it as if, oh, we're just taking the blame off of the police, which is not true. We're not trying to say the police is not to blame. The police is obviously to blame, but I just want to reiterate that what they said in the car, cringy as the dialogue may be, according to the consensus in this group, it is not inaccurate. It is true. We are victims of a system. You think, oh man, it can never be me. It can never be me. The people, a lot of police officers too, are saying they can never be me. I hate police as much as you. People who know me know I do not leave my house, especially because of police. Police, VIO, last mile, road safety. I don't drive anywhere I don't know because I hate these guys so much. But when I see them, I honestly, don't abuse me. I don't feel anger. I just feel pity. And then they say, hey, it's optional. If you like, you can quit. Like, bros, not everybody is like that. You know, people always feel people will always do the brave thing, the thing that takes courage. If that was the case, all of us will have jackpot from this country now. It's not that simple. Not everybody just ups and leaves when they are confronted with a moral conundrum. Oh, should I go and be bad and get a little money or go home and starve? I mean, who wants to do that? If you have a family you have to feed, you make tough choices. Most people would do the wrong thing for what they feel is the right reasons. Some people will say, man, I can't do this job. It's too you guys are too corrupt. You're messed up. I'm leaving. And that's good for them. But that's life. Humanity, when it comes to humanity, most people don't do the right thing, which is why we have to live in a world that, you know, is conducive enough for people to be able to do the right thing and thrive. And then imagine if you're a police officer, all your mates are stealing, all your mates are being corrupt. They're all, you know, progressing up the ladder. They are becoming abakiaris. But you who won't steal, you are still constable, manning the reception desk in your police station. You feel like a fool now. Do you understand? If you are surrounded by corruption, you either leave or you become corrupt. And most people won't leave. They will be corrupt. I'm not saying they are right. I'm just saying I understand. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Thanks, Ava. What I will say is this film, this story you've told us, if this was the story that the film promised, told, and acknowledged it told, we wouldn't have the issues, this particular issue that we have with it. I've said earlier, I'm perfectly fine with a story about a police officer buckling under the system, right? What the problem is telling me you're telling an NSAS and a police brutality story and then telling me this. This is, so I don't know if you've seen The Prestige, right? There's this scene in The Prestige where he's doing this trick where he makes the bird disappear, right? And the audience loves it. Everyone is clapping, and this little boy he speaks to in the corner is sad, right? He shows him the bird. The bird's fine. He said, yes, but where's its brother, right? This film has told me that the bird is fine, but actually it killed the bird.
Yes.
Right? That's what happened in The Prestige. It killed the bird. The bird was not fine. I'm not the audience that was enthralled by the trick thinking the bird survived. I'm the little boy that saw that the bird was killed. It was a sleight of hand that was egregious.
Right. You're saying so the yeah, I feel like so essentially a magic trick where the film promises to be something but like it's actually something else. But yes, I agree.
But keeps claiming that it's the thing that
yes,
it's not.
it keeps on claiming that this bird has not this is the actual bird that was there beforehand. Yeah, because I guess because it's just a small part of the film that does this, and that's why maybe some people think, or some people have don't have too much of a problem with it because it's if I can just remove those 5 minutes, it's fine. Yeah. Or maybe they don't pay attention or didn't particularly or miss that part. It happens a lot in our films actually. One thing that happens a lot with is sexual assault women. Yeah. I remember watching Citation and this whole thing about sex for grades, and the movie starts with somebody who took justice into her hands And then it ended badly for her and for the lecturer, by the way.
Yes.
But like the movie goes on to go, hey, this
Just
is
go to the Senate.
yeah,
and
this
they'll
is
take care of it.
this is
Definitely.
how you should handle sexual assault. Just go to the Senate. Like if everybody could go to the Senate and report lecturers for about
Like
sexual
this thing
grades,
wouldn't have
it wouldn't be a problem.
Yes.
If the problem with police brutality was accidental discharge, we wouldn't be fucking doing NSARS. That's the problem, is that it's not representative, right? Like if you want to tell, like, and that's the thing, like or we're humanizing. I don't have a problem with humanizing. That's the way you make a compelling villain. If you're saying this person is a villain, yes, you show us, like, you can show us how the person becomes a villain and all of that. But like, problem is when you keep on, the film does this at so many points. There's an idea by Adelai's character where that movie, and you could probably confess to this because you did. I don't know whether you did sound the idea, but like I noticed that part wasn't where they say something like,
You make more in one gig than these men make in a year.
yes, it's
And
not
do not forget that.
it's not in the script. I heard it's like, you thought, oh no, we definitely need to put this on. Like it wasn't part of the day. I was like, all right, so that's your police brutality story. That's a police brutality message. It's not. It's just not. Anyway, Chisholm, I'm going to let you speak, and then we'll go to Rotimi. Chisholm, if you're there, sorry, I know you've been waiting for a bit.
Thank you. Hi everyone. I think that a lot has been said about the things that are both great and bad about this movie, and I want to maybe start from some of the things that I felt were unrealistic about how the story went, and I'll just use one, for example. The point where Mide was caught at that checkpoint, right, and had his girlfriend, had Adelai's character get his girlfriend into a car and take that was very unrealistic to me, because no woman that I know of that lives in Nigeria will leave her boyfriend alone with cops at a checkpoint at that time of the night, especially not when they had just knocked him over the head with a gun, especially not when she had another friend with her, so it's not like she was alone, and especially not when she's pregnant. Like, a pregnant woman has, I don't know, but it's like a place of privilege, right? And we see pregnant women even get away with, like, a pregnant woman will get away with LASMA by just claiming that her tummy is paining her or something. Like, so she would, in a realistic situation, she being pregnant would have been a very easy way to get him out of that situation. And I could not relate to how Mide, with his PTSD, got to a point where, after he was knocked over the head with a gun, got to a point where he told the girlfriend, like, it didn't make sense to me. And this girlfriend got home, knowing how influential her boyfriend's father was, did not call the man, even after waiting till morning, even after going to the police by herself, waited until he called her on her way to the scene. Like, that part of the story did not follow for me. And for me, it made me think very deeply about Mide's character. And I think that's what, Ava, if you're listening to us, I think that's what a lot of people were trying to say about, the formation of Mide's character and the story. I don't think that Mide's story was very relatable to the average Nigerian. And I think that's what, at least that's what I think. I think that's what people mean when they say that this story does not like poor people. I mean, I don't think that there's any, I don't agree with the way that was said, but I'm trying to maybe relate what I see with what people are trying to say. I think that Mide's character was not very relatable in those ways. And then there was nothing about the way his death happened that could have fed that protest. Like, everything that has been, like, most of the anger is tied to, bringing in that clip from NSAS, starting the mention of victims with his name. Because, I mean, there was nothing, he was nobody's hero, really, in that movie. We're going, like, start all the way back from whatever it was that led him to that point. So that was a very big, and I couldn't even find his tipping point. So if the point was that this guy had been frustrated at the club and so was ready to take on anybody that challenged him, then what was the point of the first checkpoint where we had cops that let him go and the cops spoke better English? I didn't really understand, how those two things happened, and then made it that when he got to the second checkpoint, he became who he was at that point. And then I would think that this story, the difference, I hear you trying to make distinctions between like regular people and the policemen. And Ava, I think the point you're trying to make is this. It's not just about choice. Yes, people have a choice to be in the police force, but I think that the thing that maybe makes the poor situation of the people in the police force a little bit more compelling is the fact of what their job entails, right? It's not just that they are carrying guns, it's that they are expected to be the ones between us and harm and danger. That's what makes a policeman different from a teacher, for example. That's what maybe should be your argument about how policemen not being paid well, living in the kinds of conditions that they live in the barracks. I think that's what makes a more compelling story for how we should maybe try to see a balance, not the fact that they have guns or something. It's that a policeman's job, right? When you see when armed robbers come to your house, you supposedly, because nobody even calls the police when that happens anymore, they don't show up. But like you're not going to call a teacher, for example. You're supposed to call a policeman, and so the policeman, with his meager pay, with the bad condition in which his family lives, is supposed to be the line of defense, and that changes the perspective of how badly treated they are, right, and how relevant it is. In which case, I think a better story would have been if we talked about, for example, if we were told the story of a policeman who lost his life in the line of service only for his family to be ignored. And I think Magnus's character mentioned that just like, in passing. But I felt like if the story had been about a character like that, right? A policeman who, goes, maybe responds to something and he dies. And the government comes and makes all these bogus promises to his widow, which we have seen happen in real life. The police man that gave his life fighting off bank robbers in Owerri, I think, years ago. Till today, nothing was done about that guy. We don't know anything about where his wife is, where his children are. There was no recognition, official recognition, like nothing. And so a story like that would have been, would have done the work of maybe giving the policemen, giving the police force the voice that it needs to maybe try to make their case, right? So I feel like that would have been more compelling. And of course, if the answers thing had not been pulled in. That's what I wanted to share. Thanks.
Thanks, Chisholm. We'll go with Mr. M, and then we'll go right to me. Mr. M?
Hello, everyone. So I really do not have much to say, but I believe that with what everyone has said, they do have a point, and they've made it very clear as to why they are not agreeing with the points this movie is trying to make. However, on the flip side, I think if for a reason we decide to see this movie as a movie that tends to address the system that attacks everybody, basically, Police Course is a movie that is trying to talk about three different types of people. One, it was talking about Mide. On the other side, it was talking about Magnus, which happens to be the police officer. And on the flip side, it was still shedding more light on the evil doings of the task. Because the opening scene of that movie was basically to tell us, oh, people do not need a reason to be a bad person. They do not need a reason to kill. These people do not need a reason to kill or do whatever it is. So basically, it could be out of greed, it could be out of frustration or whatever it is. And I think that is one thing I appreciate about the movie. And it's totally fine if another person thinks the movie is totally trash. I do not have a problem with that because we all have our different views as to how this movie relates to our everyday living. And at the same time, I believe that it's fair that everybody gets the right to actually say what they want to say without condemning that body of work totally by saying it is trash. yeah, we don't agree with the fact that, it was tacking on the NSAS protest, because when you think about the events of the NSAS protest, it will make you feel some kind of emotions that would make you angry and feel like, what exactly is this collision course about? Is it trying to justify the police brutality or whatnot? But on the flip side, I was able to see the light to say, okay, if we are trying to reform the system, you cannot reform the entire police force by condemning everybody and saying they're all bad people and whatnot. It was only fair for the producer or the director or the story writer to tell both sides of the story. And while he was telling both sides of the story, which is Mide and Magnus, he was still at the same time shedding more light on the fact that besides Magnus being a victim of circumstance and Mide being a victim of circumstance, we still have these bad eggs in the police force that do things without any remorse, and they do not even need a reason to do whatever it is they want to do. They just kill for the fun of it. They just want to make money. They're just being greedy. And that's why, besides Magnus, that's why it showed that Magnus was trying to join a particular set of people in the police force, which we all know as the bad eggs in the police force. He was trying to get in. And they were even telling him, we share secrets here and all of that. At the end of the day, even the concluding part of the story still showing that, this set of people that were, besides Magnus being a victim of circumstance, we still have this bad set of people that came to clear up the scene and set it up to be a robbery scene, which shows that as much as we are trying to humanize a police force, we still have the same set of people in this police force that are entirely wrong, that are actually evil perpetrators. And I think that is one thing people should look at. So if we're trying to reform the system, we're trying to say, these police people, they deserve better too, basically, it is only right that we tell a particular side of their story so that it can be shown to them and they can be appreciated. So because you cannot condemn the entire police force. The country is not going to work without a working police system. So if you're trying to make a movie to desensitize the public, it is only right that you tell both sides of the story and at the same time shed more light on the evil doings that goes on behind the scene that we do not get to know about. And I think Collision Course did a great job with that. Yeah, there are a couple of things that I could not get past. Like someone mentioned the whole night scene whereby Bam Bam had to leave Mide because she felt some kind of stomach pain or what. It wasn't realistic for me. And I had a big problem with that. Like, no, they could have plotted it better than that and all of that. But besides that, we are trying to reform the police force. I don't think what Collision Course is doing is trying to justify the entire the act of the what's it called, SARS personnel or whatever it is. I think what Collision Course seeks to do, from my own point of view, is to be able to show a movie that addresses both sides of the story and at the same time shed more light on things that are going on. I mean, there was a setup that shows how people were being beaten, shouting at Yaube or whatever it is. The story could have gone longer than that to start saying, let's have this one, let's have what's it called, cutouts from one place or the other to talk about different stories. But I think what they were trying to do, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the production. I'm not even part of the production. I'm not in any way related to it. But for a fact, what I have been able to take out from that movie is the fact that they are trying to attack the system that fucks everybody up. And you cannot attack the system without trying to humanize these people on the other side. Because at the end of the day, someone was saying, Mide and Magnus, they are not the same. Of course, they are the same, one way or the other. Someone might be more privileged than the other. But at the end of the day, as much as Mide was painted as trust fund child, he decided that he doesn't need his dad's money. He wants to be a rapper, and whatever it is he would go for it. He was trying to fend for his family and all of that. So they had something in common. Magnus, on the other hand, his wife had just left him. So he was acting out of frustration. So does that justify his act? No, it doesn't justify his act. The accidental discharge, does it give it a wonderful does it give the movie a wonderful closure? Maybe it doesn't. But at the end of the day, besides Magnus' accidental discharge, let's not forget that this guy still called the task police to come and clean up the scene, thereby reminding us again that even with the accidental discharge, they could have done the right thing, but instead, he still had these bad eggs in the police system that he could call to come and clear up the scene. And I think with that, the movie was able to deliver to some extent. So if we're actually tagging the entire movie to the NSAS protest, to address the NSAS protest, I don't think it's trying to do that, because for us to make a movie about the NSAS protest, it's going to take more than what Collision Course did. And I don't think Collision Course was trying to do. Yeah, putting the whole NSAS protest thing was a bit tacky at the end, because the movie doesn't really address what the entire NSAS protest was about. But to some extent, maybe the director might feel like it's only fair because they actually show scenes of police brutality from the beginning, the opening scene rather, and then the ending part, and then showing a part of it where he shows that, oh, this entire part of the unit is corrupt and just full of rogues. So yeah, that's my point. And I feel that's what I feel, basically.
Thanks, Mr. M. I mean, like, I think we feel a little, it's kind of strange. I guess, like, we feel differently about the NSAS tacking on at the end because, you know, I'm not imagining this is an interpretation, really. The movie does fade into NSAS, like, it is connecting what it has. And that's where, like I said earlier, that's where most of my anger stems from. You know, any anger that I've shown is that this is, you're essentially saying, it's almost like you're trying to tell an NSAS story, and you're telling the story of somebody who, a poor guy, you know, poor policeman who, you know, like, I'm not saying it's human. I'm not trying to say they're trying to justify it. I'm saying that you're claiming to tell an NSAS story, and the story is, oh, a poor policeman who had a good heart, didn't have the liver to really do this thing, evil, got into the car and had an accidental discharge. The same thing that, you know, when some policemen kill some people, they say accidental discharge, and you tag NSAS on that, and like, okay, people, nobody has to be as upset as any of the people who are upset are, but is it really a shock or a surprise that accidental discharge from a, you know, probably good guy who's just the same as me, apparently my equal, we're just the same thing, we're in the same car, an accidental discharge by this guy is what you tag on the NSAS movie. That's the story you tag on. And you say that, like, well, you know, I understand if you okay. Again, you don't have to feel as pissed as I am, but, like, do you not understand that that's quite? It's more than I mean, like, it's tacky, definitely, but can you understand, like, that's probably what a few angry emojis from us. That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't have to feel the anger, but, like, you felt like you came on to say defend the film. I can trash this movie in every other ways, by the way. You know, but, like, just that, you know, talking about the PSA dialogue, it just seems so minuscule in comparison to the fact that somebody thought it was okay to do this. That's what I'm saying.
So one thing, like I said earlier, I am not against people criticizing movies for what it is and what is not, basically, yeah? But I like it when people are pretty much objective, and at the same time, they try to put into consideration the feelings and the hard work of people that went into that production. It's okay to say what you don't like about the movie and say, oh, this is why I don't agree with the whole story and all of that, and then leave it at that. But saying a movie is trash, it is not made by one person. And it's just like you're calling...
It doesn't matter. Many people come together to make trash.
Yeah, a lot of people come together to make trash, but I'm just saying, at least let us be, as much as possible, try to put into consideration the feelings of the people that put in the hard work to make a movie. You can't say a movie is just because you don't enjoy it doesn't mean another person won't enjoy it. Yeah, so it doesn't make a movie trash.
Like trash. I like trash movies too.
Look,
I like
Mr. M. I don't know if this is your first time on this space, or if you joined in late, or if you're not familiar with the way this space goes. There's a good section.
Oh yeah.
There's a bad section. And then we have a summary section. We've never had a space and we come in and say, all right, everything is trash. Let's trash this movie. We've said the things we thought were good about the movie, were done well, things we said we've enjoyed. We had basically an hour for people to, and it's not time limited, by the way, how long people have to say the good, right? People say the good until all the speakers we have said what they like about the movie. If you join late and we're already doing the bads, but you want to speak, everyone's given a chance to start off with their goods, then say their bads. So what Nollywood Film Club does not do is come on and say a film in its entirety is trash. Even films that people have not liked, right? Even films that have been widely panned. Chief Daddy 2 on the internet that day was vicious. And we said, we will start with the good. Everybody, if you're going to speak, right, find something good in the film to say. So no, this is not a space to say this whole body of work is trash. And I think saying, oh, you say this film is trash. If people find something upsetting, disingenuous, egregious, that is perfectly fine. But it's not a space where we say everything is trash. People have said things they liked about the film, and this will always be the case in Nollywood Film Club.
Yeah. And I guess trash is, trash is subjective to each person. Like, we probably missed the beginning. You can have a really nice meal, maybe really nice jollof, but if you put battery acid in it, I'm not eating it. It's trash. I can say that. That's fine. If you disagree, that's also fine. Anyway, let's go to Damala. I don't know if you had something to say. You wanted to say.
Sorry, actually, I yield to the next person. Thanks.
All right, okay. Rotimi, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I actually really appreciate Nollywood Film Club. And I think that because I think that anybody, if somebody could put aside how anybody, even the people that worked on the movie and everything, because me I actually like this movie, but I listened to everybody's submission on what they thought about the movie. And
have we lost you? I think we've lost Rotimi. Okay. In the meantime, let me check if there's any.
Am I breaking up?
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, I can hear you now. Try again.
Okay. So can you? Okay, yeah. So I was like, insight that everybody's offering on these movies and everything. The realities of Nigeria, to translate them onto film, the way these realities are, how they are reflected in reality, to translate them into film, the task, I don't know. When I look at films, I'm always like, maybe going with low expectations, and when I get something that's maybe serviceable, I'll be like, this is good. I don't know if that's because I've seen proper trash. And I'm not trying to call anybody's work trash, but I've seen trash that I would not even talk about because what I would say would not be nice. And it's the state in which Nigeria is. And I think if you want to still talk about the answer situation, if we talk about what happened, this is basically your people for your government killing people, protesting about them being killed. Your government is capable of doing that. Next year's election, bro, I'm now getting serious. Next year's election, people are going to die because they will say they want to do what they perceive their rights. They're going to die. There's nothing around it. This is the truth. We don't want people to die, but it's the fact. This is the sad fact. So now, if I wanted to depict that, how there's a reason why movies like this, they are not going to the cinema and they come to streaming. There's a reason why Milkmaid cannot go to cinema and it comes to streaming. There's a reason why this kind of movie can't go to the cinema and come to streaming. Because these topics, if you see how the emotions this thing has engineered out of everybody, you see why it's hard for people to make stories about the serious issues in our society. And when they do it, it's almost like, maybe you say it's disingenuous, it's just not going to reach up, because if you go that far, these people kill people in actual reality. It's not on the film level. These people, your government and the parastatals hunt people down that they perceive are against them. And I'm not trying to justify that that's what the filmmakers did. I'm looking at it that in their situation, with this story, to the level that they did it, when I saw it, I was like, okay, I can take this. Because if I think about when I've seen any other policeman in a Nollywood movie, they are always slapstick. They are always being done by all the skit makers. It's always a joke. I can't remember the last time I saw a policeman, was it in Dwindle? It was a joke. The policemen were jokers. And it's something we laugh about, entertainment. This is probably the first thing I've seen about a movie that once just said, let me tell a story about and humanize the policeman and still showed the harsher side of it. Now, I'm not saying that it's not like everybody's opinion is basically like you people have not, I think that maybe the real part, when you add answers to it, it now takes that whole dimension. So I understand where everybody's coming from that place. But it's like every single situation in this country, in the north, the guys that are doing Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen think that they are justified for what they are doing. I've watched the documentary. They believe that, oh, you people are denying us our land, denying us our cows. I carry gun. Biafra, oh, you people don't know how to want to recognize the Biafra, we carry gun. People in the Niger Delta, oh, you are denying us the oil wealth, we carry gun. All across the country, people are doing things in the name of whatever, inflicting violence and chaos everywhere. And now that includes even your Nigerian police. Now you want to carry and replicate that thing and show what it is in film. It's so delicate. And the reactions you guys have done is the reason why people stay away from those topics. And it was, I think, was it, no, it was Nessa that was like, give me slapstick. And that's why they keep giving you slapstick. End of the month, they're going to give you Aki and Popo, and Sola is going to come. They're going to give you more comedy. Because we can't deal with these topics. And if we are trying to depict them to the level that we think we should depict them, bro, like, is it half of the Yellow Sun? And like, I think that they had to re-edit and then they couldn't do it as well as it was supposed. It was like people that read the book was like, nowhere is this thing representing what was in the book, because people are like, this thing is going to Nigerian people and they'll start talking about the civil war again. And Nigeria, if anybody's on the Twitter space that looks at things politically, everybody's heated. And I'm like, this thing is almost like, I'm always in the weird place that I'm almost like trying to defend the filmmaker to one level, because it's a job. You guys are the audience. You understand? And I don't think anybody, this weird thing, I don't think anybody really wants to make a movie that will offend anybody. I would love to think that they are not that callous that like, who are these people? I'm just going to make this thing and slap answers. I've collected my money from Netflix. I don't think that was their intention. Now, no matter if you guys are following with the movie, it's beyond that when you now say this is the intention of the people that made the movie. Now, I don't know their intentions. And if they failed you, all well and good. Like, you understand? Because I'm a filmmaker too. There's a particular video I caught for Bliss. It is God. That video, I was in tears by the time I finished cutting that video, because that video showed all the horrors, bomb blast, police violence. I caught it as it was. I was in tears. And the thing that was horrific about that thing, that every other time there was one police drama, Iblis would just go and release the video again. The same video, unedited. And it will still apply. We're talking about these issues. This is beyond, we're talking about it. It's not about film at this particular issue. It's about what's happening in reality. And I'm like, for them to even attempt it at all, that's what gave Mark. And that's why I said, like this movie. Just attempting it. I'm a Muslim. Anyone who doesn't know I'm a Muslim. But there's a saying in Islam that like that, if you can't change something, if it's something wrong, change it with your hand. If you are too weak, change it with your mouth. If you can't even change it with your mouth, just have the of faith. When people just accept something, I'm like, okay, this person attempts. Go all the way, bro. It's like, and I mentioned this thing like milkmaid, Banamon. Those are real issues in our country. You can't, if you go all the way as a filmmaker, you're signing up. That's what fella signed up for. And they killed his mom. They threw his mom off a balcony. And that movie is also getting made. And I don't know if we're going to even appreciate all the past. And I've already seen maybe something. I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be where people think it's supposed to get to. It's tough. Because the country is tough, and it's not just about filmmaking. Reality, you make some certain statements, and it's going to be like, these guys will send SS before your front door. To make a story about police is not easy. And the fact that they even try to humanize the police is probably an attempt to be like, okay, let's not make it look at all these guys are animals. But in fact, it still showed you that the animals were in the freaking movie. The animals, that's what this guy, the police, everything. He was trying to join the animal crew. Why? His wife made fun of him that, guy, you cannot even kill an ant. You that cannot kill anything. But he wanted to join them because he thought that was the only way he could get money. And also was like, okay, this is what I want to do.
Sorry, I'll start breaking. Like, try to fine tune because, like, I'm not. Are you saying a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not really sure. Try just to refine your point a bit, and you're breaking it a little bit.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah.
Just
Right to me, sorry, I can't hear you at this point. Sorry, try getting off and coming back on again. It's not working. No, can't hear you. Sorry, just try going off and on again, or maybe I don't know, Wi-Fi, data, change something. But like we can't hear you. You're just breaking. Okay. Ava. Okay, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Rotimi, if you can still hear me, thank you, because I mean, they've been abusing me in the comments. Somebody said I hit my head.
No. Actually, nobody should abuse Eva.
It's perfectly fine. It's discourse. That's what we are here for. I love it. It's good. But I mean, I'm just glad that at least I'm not like an outlier just saying my own stuff. But at least some people are echoing what I'm saying. That it's not just, yes, I completely understand how people feel about the NSAS. I feel some type of way too about it. I understand why they did it, but I can't defend it as somebody who worked on the movie and be taken seriously. It's just going to seem disingenuous that I am just trying to defend my art in a matter of speaking. But as regards everything else, it was a brave thing to make this movie. And yes, you know, and one of my mantras, or the people who know me, the thing I say a lot is it a lie? When you watch the movie and the things that transpired in it, do these things happen in real life? The question is it a lie? About you know, tagging on the NSAS to an accidental discharge, it's not an accurate representation of what happened in real life. But that's not what the film was trying to do. Just trying to tell you that, okay, this is what happens in real life. And it's basically just putting a lens on society. It's not trying to say, okay, at the end, this is what should happen. This is about justice. No, it's just saying this is a story. And at least somebody is saying, good job for making it. So thank you, Rotimi. You're my guy. When we see at that place where we see, I'll buy you a beer. That's all for me, man.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I guess like this, the point of this is a lie thing. It's missing the point. So I think I had, when I was talking about, when I did my little rant, I was saying that tacking this story onto NSAS, that's not representative. That's not even what the movement stood for. That's my problem. So like, is it a lie that what a poor policeman who his wife left him, and because his wife left him, decided to kidnap an innocent person, got into the car and accidentally discharged and killed the person, and then the NSAS, is that representative of what we think of when we say NSAS? Is that the kind of story
I think the issue is a lot of maybe people thought that, okay, this is a story about NSAS or a story about.
Why do you think we thought that?
Why do you think we thought that? Like that's the point we're making. It's
why
tacked
do you
on.
think people thought that?
Yeah, it's not come out from nowhere.
Yeah, okay.
It's not. I think it's not okay. This is a story about what happened in the NSAS movement. No, it's not a true life story in terms of Mide is not a real person. It's not actually based on somebody that I personally know called Mide. Do you understand? It's basically just it's shining a light on society. Mide is the archetype for anyone that gets stopped by police, and Magnus is the archetype for every police officer that joins the force, and you try to do right, but at the end of the day you get sucked into a system, and then you eventually become evil. So basically, it's not saying, okay, guys, okay, this is the NSAT story. This is our story. We are telling it. That's not what it's about. And yes, okay, you can say, oh, yeah, then why did they put the footage of it there? Yes, I understand that argument that you can make, that why they put, but ultimately it is not a story of, oh, this is a story about the NSAS movement. Because if it was, then we would have concluded it at where the police actually shot people. You get? It's not that story. It's just a story about police, how the police and the citizens interact in Nigeria, and how these things can escalate in the blink of an eye and become something else. And that's just what the story is. You get?
Bro,
I
it was
understand.
literally named Taz. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, so, all right, okay. I heard all you said. You said archetypal, Mide was the archetypal person that gets stopped. My point is that, no, he's not. That situation that happens to him is, I mean, like, I guess maybe somebody that looks like a musician, although, given dreads or any of the, but like, whatever. His situation is not the archetypal, it's certainly not the one for NSAS anyway. I guess any young man can technically be the archetypal person that gets stopped by police, because most young men get stopped by police with slightly flashy cars. I get that. But okay, so like, what's the reason for the NSAS clip at the end? I would ask you, Eva, like anything. Give me anything. Why tag the NSAS clip at the end?
Okay, so like I said, the reason for the answer script, for the answer script, I am not the writer of the movie. I cannot justify and say, oh, this is why they put the clip there. I'm not trying to say the clip should have been there or it had to have been there, or I'm not trying to say it shouldn't have been there. The clip being there is just the movie being topical, because, you know, this was happening at the time. The writer actually wrote the movie before NSAS. So now, I guess, you know, maybe people would have not felt as emotional about it if they actually filmed protest and they got people and they filmed it and they didn't actually lift scenes from the actual NSAS protest itself. But in the story of the movie, there was always going to be a protest after Mide was shot and killed and everything. That was the original story. So maybe they should have filmed their own protest scenes and put that in there and not use NSAS. I guess, you know, people could say that, or people could justify that. So if people feel strongly about it that it shouldn't be there, I understand why people would feel that way. So I'm not trying to defend the clip, or I'm not trying to condemn it. I'm just not going to speak on the clip at the end. It's too, I don't know, it's too divisive for me.
I think
There's nothing I can say that would defend it, that will make everybody say, oh, yeah, okay, good, yeah, you make good points. So I'm just...
From you, Ava, is you understand, but you will not say, but you understand that tacking on NSAS, right, the actual NSAS clip, did elicit an emotional reaction from people that the film would have failed to elicit without tacking on NSAS to it. It seems like you understand that NSAS clip at the end was exploitative.
No, I wouldn't say exploitative. I don't think it was.
No.
I think before.
Eva, can I ask, you said it was one of the reasons that it was added there because it was topical. It was a topical. Oh, yeah. What does topical mean in the context of a movie? What would that mean if it's not about NSAS? What does
it's topical in the sense of that it was a movie about police brutality. It was a movie that was going to get made. It wasn't the movie was, like I said, it was written before NSAS. So it wasn't a story about NSAS. And as I also said, there was always going to be a protest, even after Mide died. So it wasn't a situation where they were like, okay, this is where the film was going to end, but hey, let's just find clips. The idea was always to have that protest in the movie. And that's where the movie was going to end, because people were going to like rise up against the police. Now, because obviously NSAS ended so terribly, and it's a very sad story, naturally people are going to feel some type of way, but I don't believe it was exploitative, or we were just like, hey, let's just use it to elicit some emotions. The film elicits emotions from the opening scene. You don't need an NSAS clip to say, hey, let's make people feel something. Do you understand? If you didn't feel anything, you probably wouldn't have gotten to the end of the movie. So I really don't think it was exploitative. I mean, I could ask the writer on here to say, hey man, come and talk to us about this. But ultimately, I do not feel it was exploitative.
I don't. Like you said, it wasn't written by the writer tacking the enters bit on. But like I guess like you've said on here that I was telling the story of police brutality. This is not a story of police brutality. It's just not. You're talking about a policeman. The film is about a policeman who, the climax, sorry, is about a musician who is kidnapped by a kind of nice officer that doesn't want to do any of it, that kills Midday by accidental discharge. That's not the story of police brutality. That's an accidental killing. That's not police brutality. I mean, police brutality happens
into the car. That's police brutality. They hit him on the ground. The police brutality isn't necessarily.
But his death is not as a result of police brutality. His death is as a result of an accidental discharge.
Which was as a result of police brutality. The police brutality is not just okay. Yeah, it's not like okay, they made up, they were friends, and then the gun went off. You have to think about everything in the sense of if he wasn't trying to just obtain from Magnus, he had no reason to keep Magnus there. It's just Magnus had no reason to keep Midday there. It's just Midday didn't want to drop cash. So ultimately, they pulled him out of the car, they beat him, they got into the car. That's police brutality. So at the end of the day, it's not just, because it was an accidental discharge. And I hear people saying, police know how to keep their guns. Accidental discharges, they happen a lot, a ridiculous amount of times, especially in the police force. And I think if anybody knows police officers, they will tell you that, yeah, they're not necessarily extremely very careful with their weapons. So it's not that you are just taking it from the context of accidental discharge, but the preceding events also factor into it. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but this is going to be the last thing, and then I'll let other people get involved. I guess what I'm saying is that, well, the police officer could have just killed Midday, right? And that would be the climax of the police brutality. And because that's what leads to the protest. What leads to protest isn't is that, this guy who was innocent gets killed, right? That's what, one would, I don't even know, because we're talking about NSAS at the end, because the chant at the end about all the dead names, right? We're chanting all the dead names, all the people that have died. This is what I mean. Like, that's not the typical story of people who die under NSAS. It's not because of accidental discharge, so that the story does not feel representative of an NSAS story. That's what I'm saying. You wanted to tell the story of something that led to that protest, right? Where people were chanting the names, right? And this is the story you told. That seems disingenuous. And before we can start adding all the
so to come in, just one last thing. You know that Midday wasn't actually dead. It's when they pulled him out of the car and killed him that that's when he actually died. They shot him a couple of extra times. So
the actual
it's the actual TARs themselves. So like I said,
not the story of police brutality. Okay, we get it. You think TARs, the film thinks TARs are the bad guys. What about the
Magnus
police?
is some
It's
unfortunate
exactly.
Because there's this consistent back and forth on Magnus does all this, but it's the system, right?
Yeah.
He's a good guy on the inside. He doesn't join TARs. He's about to leave. It's an accident. If we're telling a story of police brutality and we're trying to tie it to the story of this police officer who gets beat down by the system so much he goes rogue, it's a cowardly decision to make his killing of Midday an accidental discharge.
Also, that's kind of what people use a lot to cover
and that is a cover-up. A typical accidental discharge is a typical cover-up. But can we move on?
Yeah. All right, Shagan, what did you want to One second.
Hi, good evening, guys. I really didn't want to. I really didn't want to speak on this topic, on this film, because I mean, aside the fact that I have been victim to police brutality not once, not twice, but then I'm hearing all sorts. I think as Nigerians, one of our issues, or maybe as Africans, one of our issues is we hate correction, because I'm hearing comments that just sound like even though. The point is, this film, there's the claim that it was written some time ago and it was not supposed to be based on NSAS. So if that was the case, then there was no need to have NSAS in it at any point in time, because the whole NSAS thing was more than just what people saw. There's so much to what the concept of police brutality is. It's different from a policeman talking to you and saying, "Are you talking to me?" and slapping you. SARS was a rogue unit of the police force. The police themselves said it. They don't have the records of these guys. These SARS elements, we don't know who they are. They are not actual. They didn't go through police college. So that is one problem. That is one part of the problem. So and that now cascades into so much. So are we saying that these guys are approved killers? And you get, so there's just so much of it that is involved that it shouldn't have been used unless you've done detailed research and you have some certain elements that you can now portray, so that everybody that was even involved, everybody that has had an encounter with these people will now see and relate to it and understand what you're trying to say. Because immediately from the trailer, I saw Tars. For me, honestly, and I'm not trying to trash the movie, and I'm not. Immediately I saw Tars, I tried so many combinations in my head to understand what the TARZ meant, and nothing came to me, because the Z in itself, I couldn't. So it just felt like at that point, that alone made the whole thing a joke for me. And so it's and this is a problem, because we talk about these things, we criticize films, and at the end of the day, rather than get okay, this makes sense, we are sorry we did this, but this was what happened, that we had to do this, we will do better next time. Rather than get that response or some semblance of that response, we always get, people should go and shoot your own, stop trashing people's hard work. And we get that from different filmmakers trying to support, and with this air of supporting our brothers in the industry. Meanwhile, taking this thing as a case study, foreign filmmakers, there are so many TV shows and films that are about police. Now, police brutality is not particular to just Nigeria. We are seeing it every time, especially although abroad it has an element of racism in it, but all the same, it is still police brutality, and we see these things. And any film or piece that is being made on topics of police brutality has everything for context. It has all the details in it. If you are going to talk about someone that was killed by police accidentally or as unnecessarily, the full story is there. If they are not doing that, they are trying to portray their police, and other shows portray either their police in a particular light. And I've been saying this thing about films and filmmaking in Nigeria. Everything we do in Nigeria, especially when it comes to creating content, is sensationalism. When there's a trend, we pick on the trend and just execute it to the best of our ability. And that's the same thing that happened in, what is this film now? It's the same thing that happened with lockdown. Just, yes, COVID was a trending thing at the time, and they just went with it and just threw in different elements, because once you just hear that it's about COVID, you will come and watch. It's the same concept being used by skit makers and everything. So we are now losing what the art of filmmaking is, and it's also reflecting in so many other things, even with brands. When there's a trending slang or there's a trending topic, brands jump on it and use it. Like, for instance, now, I don't know, for me, that Jackpot to Prime didn't make sense to me, because Jackpot in itself has a negative intonation. People are escaping from suffering. They're escaping from what the country has has the hardships of the country somewhere else, and the whole thing, the jackpot in itself, there's no guarantee that things are going to go well, but you just need to leave the frying pan and hope you're not jumping into the fire. That's what jackpot is about. And so for a brand to now come and use that for a campaign, for me, doesn't make sense. And this thing has been going on for years. So these are the things. And for me, I just feel like we don't listen. We're not doing our research. I'll just quickly use tech as an example. The way tech has blown up especially in Africa, where we have tech companies we have tech startups that run a certain way, and then we have the others that run. There are two ways the tech company runs. There's the tech companies that have from the founder to the CEO. Then you now have front-end developers. But the way it works, you now have front-end developers that have different skills as well. So what they do is just hire a front-end developer. You can do design as well, yeah. You can do UI, then you can now do UX. And so what happens is that you find one person that can do like 4 or 5 different things, and then that's how. Meanwhile, to operate optimally, you should have a separate UX team. You should have a separate UI team. You should have back-end engineers. You should have like 6, 7 different departments that are running what now you are trying to get 2, 3 people to do. And that is what we're doing in Nollywood. Now, for this particular film, it would have been great if they had just sat down and done a proper script conference, done some surveys, pushed out some surveys, talk to even people talk to a film club, Iroko critics, talk to different these things and put fillers out there. This is what we're thinking about doing. What do you think if you see this story? With that kind of thing, it's all part of the research. It's all part of the work that we are refusing to put in. Now I've seen a trailer of an Indian movie that the VFX is, the Brand Master, I don't know whether you guys have seen it. I feel the VFX is on par with anything a Marvel would do. And this is Nigeria. We sat down here and we watched where Bollywood started. We saw their crap, so to speak. We saw the funny this thing with the dance, but they carried it. They didn't even take the dance element out of it. They improved it. I'm seeing that trailer of the Brand Master, and I'm seeing so much action, and I'm shouting at the end. They just threw me off, and I saw music and dance, and then I saw how they evolved it, and now the main character is a DJ. So you see the kind of work they put in to justify having the dancing that they've been doing for years in a 2020, because anybody that is having a conversation will say, come on, India, it's 2022. What's all this choreography in an action film thing? But because this is part of our culture, but at the same time, we don't want you guys to feel like we're just putting it there just because. So they have sat down and look, how do we justify having this dance choreography that we want? But how do we justify having it in the film? And from what I'm seeing, I'm guessing that because the main character is a DJ, somehow he DJs at the festival and all that, and that's how they threw in that whole thing. This is the work we're not doing. Do you understand? And every time we speak about it, every time we talk about it, it's always, Sonic the Hedgehog, I keep bringing up the example of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog, people saw the trailer alone and said, this is trash. And these guys went back and took the whole thing apart and put it back together before they released it. Now, I'm not saying that we should do that, but I feel like because of resources, because every time we're always complaining about resources and everything, and which for me, I just feel like it's excuses. Because when you look at the whole thing, you look at the project, and you say you spent 200 million on the project, and you now dig deep, you now find out that most of that budget was used to pay either highly paid actors or for marketing. And then we forget all the other minimal parts that make up, the other minute parts that make up the body of film. So for me, I just feel like people should not take this thing as like you are trashing. But the truth is, if the premise of your thing is trash, people should say it. It's the same way, it's the same example Mr. C said. Jollof rice, if your jollof rice is beautiful, but it has battery acid in it, it is trash, no matter how beautiful it looks on the plating, on the Instagram page, when they advertise it, when they market it, on the big LED billboard that is at Maryland. If there's battery acid inside that we didn't see, and then we tasted it and now discovered it, I will call the rice trash. And it is now up to you, because you are in a product, you are in a market where we are, this thing, they are not showing it for free. We are paying for it. So we have a right as paying customers to say we do not like it. Now, there are people that are your loyal customers that will would defend it and go to watch it, it is fine. But as paying customers as well, we have the right to tell you that this thing is crap, and it is the onus is on you to take the feedback constructively, and at least come out and say, this is what we're trying to do. Now everybody is trying to make a case about at the end of the day, it shouldn't have happened. There's TV shows called Line of Duty, which they decided to pivot into corruption within the police force, and there's the way they played it out. Do you understand? And I feel like for Nigeria, if we are going to be doing anything police, there is nothing, and I'm saying, and I will continue to say it, especially with the body language of every type of police officer or police publicity that they put out there. There is nothing you can use to justify and say, we want to give you a story from their side. There's nothing yet, because our whole security structure and apparatus in the country has failed. The police is just one minor part of it. There's the army, there's everything. We see everything that is going on. So the security apparatus, what we are saying is, I tweet rubbish about a government official, they will find me. But there are people killing and people are dying daily in a part of the north, daily. Now that they are banned Okadas, I have Okada guys that I know personally that have traveled back home. These guys ran away from the north to come to Lagos. Now they are banned Okadas, they've run back to just run and try and survive. All those things are stories, these things are happening, and our security structure doesn't work. So it doesn't make sense for you. If you want to write a story on the police, no problem. Try, and I always say these things, especially I say these things to a lot of filmmakers. We need to start to write stories that depict these people or depict them in a way we would like them to be. Let our stories, even if it's fiction, let them be aspirational. This is how a police officer should be. This is how a police officer's uniform should be. This is how the police station or the police operatives should be. That is what fiction in film is about. It's not always about picking up a topic because the topic is trending and try to make quick bucks out of it. That is what is going on in Nollywood right now, and sadly, it's not going to stop. That's just my take on the whole thing. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Shaya. I think we have last choir before, and then Mrs. C can do yours. Esquire, La Barrister, if you have thoughts, please go ahead. She's not here.
You guys, can you hear me?
Oh, he's not here.
Can you guys hear me?
He's here.
Yes,
oh, okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Always a pleasure to be here. So, my thoughts on Collision Course. I share the same sentiments with a lot of us on the bad parts of the film. So, I'm not going to touch on that. And concerning the aspect that has to do with SARS, TARS, I'm going to leave that by the side because that's a very sensitive topic, especially as it's one that gets to me whenever it comes up. So I'm not going to bring that up. But so what I just want to talk on or touch on is Mide's death. And when I saw that, my interpretation of that, or what I thought they were trying to do with that, I may be wrong or I may be reaching, but what I thought they were trying to show us with how Mide died was they were trying to show us the unprofessional and negligent part of our police force. And if we're being honest, accidental discharge is something that occurs in the Nigerian police force. So I thought it was an interesting way for Mide to die. I thought that was interesting, and like I said, that may not have been the intention, but that was how I sort of interpreted or what I thought they were trying to do with how they killed off Mide. So maybe they were trying to show that, okay, this is how unprofessional our police officers can be, and how someone can die in this manner with the safety not being on or whatever. And that is actually reality, something that occurs, and and something that has happened. And there are even cases, reported cases, as well as cases that have gone to court touching on this. So that's just what I wanted to say concerning the film. And let me just reply what I think Shagun said. I just want to say something quickly concerning, he said something, I just want to touch on that. So he mentioned something about our films should be aspirational. And why, I mean, as much as I understand that, but I think I think he said it in a way that you that that I mean, to my mind, it came off as saying that this is how our film should always be. Uh, we should portray it in this light, and I don't think I agree with that. I mean, filmmaking at the end of the day, it's is expression, you know, and it boils down to how you want to express your thoughts or the story or the idea that you have. So I don't necessarily think that okay, in every of our movies, it has to be aspirational. We have to portray certain aspects of the society in an aspirational manner. I mean, the filmmaker can choose to do otherwise. Yes, are there benefits to portraying it in such light? Yeah, definitely, there could be benefits. I mean, it could because I mean, film could art has a way of you know influencing society. So yes, there are benefits, but I don't think it's something that we should mandate filmmakers or creators to do. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you guys, and keep up the good work.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I second that. Yeah, films don't have to be aspirational; they can just reflect what is currently happening in the real world. It's just this film does neither of those. All right, Mrs. C, do you want to say some of the things you did not like about the film? Oh, sorry. Just before you go, let me just read a couple of comments that have come through. You can join the conversation using hashtag Nollywood Film Club. Collision Course is telling a bold story in a cowardly way. This movie is pretending to be what it isn't. It is bad filmmaking to lead the audience with consistent exposition, even though you're already showing you need to let your audience draw their own conclusions. Their actors have no depth and their issues are too simplistic. All right. Okay. I think is that the only one from recent? I've never seen this much cowardice in a Nigerian film. Let's never do this again from TFR. Okay. All right. You can also rate this movie on Nolly Data, by the way. Review it, rate it if you love it, if you think it was okay, if you didn't like it, go on there and share your opinions there too. All right, Mrs. C.
Yeah, so what didn't I like? I thought this is gonna be repeating a few things. I didn't like the dialogue. I thought the dialogue was basic and in some places bad. It did a sleight of hand. It says it's telling one story and it's telling another, and it tacks on the NSAS thing, which was egregious, and I thought it was exploitative. I thought it was cowardly, but feigning boldness. So it tells you it's telling a bold story, and then you give me that cop out of the policeman killing him by accidental discharge. So I thought I didn't like that. Basically, this space has been quite emotionally draining for me. This has been quite emotionally draining for me. So I feel like, this exhaustion that comes from inside, and it's not like I'm tired of this, but I'm tired of like this. It's just exhausting, and it's just that's me done.
All right. Okay. I guess I'll touch on a couple of things. Like I haven't said I guess I've been giving my thoughts here and there. But yeah, I don't like this movie. If you can tell, it had so much of my actual faves, like people I really rate inside, people who really can deliver, and honestly, they've fed some of the worst, most atrocious lines I've ever heard. Some of it is quite stunningly bad. I'm trying to remember something that Daniel said. Did he say they're not feeling this crowd is not feeling my flow or something? uh, yeah, they were not feeling it. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was they were vibing to my flow. That's what he said. They were vibing to my flow. Oh my, yeah. I mean, like, no wonder no one likes your music, to be honest. But there is a lot of, you know, here's the thing, here's the picture, and then somebody will repeat the dialogue moments later. It's like, I don't understand. Like Cynthia said on the watch party, it felt like I was this was written for radio where you couldn't see the visuals, and now we've just put the visuals and people are still saying the things that we've just seen. It's like, what? Just relax, let the cinematography, which was part of my good, let that do the story. Why show us pictures of floating bodies and go, yeah, or else we'll kill you, and you'll be like those floating bodies. Like, what are you doing? We just saw that. Yes, we've mentioned the one between father and son, the argument, and son's like the most generic. I feel like it felt like what was in the script was there's an argument between father and son, and they just made that up on the day. I'm sure that's not what happened, but that's how just uninteresting and unimaginative the dialogue that came out from. It's like, I don't feel these people know each other at all. Like, my son, I sent to law school in the UK. It's like, this is such shitty dialogue. It's really, it feels like the first draft of a primary school play. It's bad, honestly. So, like, before we get to the parts that I'm like, yes, triggered me, I'm not saying it didn't. Like, but I don't want anybody to come up this space go, well, he was emotionally attached. This film is still bad it's still like poor. Let me not say bad because, no, let me say bad. It's bad. Without the enters thing at the end, it still has loads of problems. It's 72 minutes long, and I felt every second of this 72 minutes. And why is that? Because, like, this film should have been a 10-minute short film, probably. Either do a 10-minute short film of a situation where somebody, if we're just doing a story about accidental discharge that killed somebody, I don't have to go, oh, right, they're trying to do a police brutality story. But there's everything about this, the way this film is done, is trying to tell you about, it's leading us towards this is going to be a police brutality story. Some people are going, oh, it's not fair to cast your expectations on the movie. That's what the movie's doing. Like, you put in a musician, you're calling people Yahoo boy. Like, this is the story that we as Nigerians, we know, like, what people who get picked up, we see the murders, right? It's police brutality, but we want to make a demarcation between SARS and police for some reason. I don't know who told them that, oh, it's police guys, they just take money. They're not, they're not bad. It's the SARS people that we really have to be worried about. It's like, this is just not the case. Maybe I understand a point where somebody is saying that that point just skipped my head. The other thing I want to talk about was if somebody wanted to tell a story about oh yeah, just people do bad things. This is how a person becomes to do a bad thing, right? Like, sort of almost like a Joker origin story. Like, so we know the Joker is the bad guy, established in 100,000 other movies and cartoons. We know the Joker is a bad guy. Here's this film showing you how he got there, right? And the film ends with him shooting somebody, an innocent person, on live TV, right? Right? We know that this guy is the bad guy. Like, that's his origin. And we don't have to get up in arms about, oh, are you trying to justify what the Joker is doing by shooting? No, because we know this is the bad guy, this is his. But, like, when your movie stops, right? And I mean stops because that's not real dialogue. The thing with Mide when he's telling us about is the fucking system and that's fucking with all of us. And you and I were the same. Your movie has stopped, right? To preach to us, here's the moral of the story. Here's what all of this thing has been leading up to. You and I are the same. For what has already been established to us as a police brutality story, this is not what is typical of the police brutality experience. And tying it, like I've said earlier on, with the NSAS movement is obviously pretentious because this movie thinks it's much deeper and much more important than it actually is. And it's insulting. And that's why it has triggered people. It's not just because the NSAS video is in there. Don't do that. That's not very fair. That's not why people are upset, or the people that are upset about it. There's a film about bad police that could potentially exist about this. It's just not this movie. There's a movie that you can add the NSAS clip at the end, and it might get me emotional because that was just an emotional time for everybody, but it will not get me to rag or call it bad. There's a movie that you can make of that sort. This is just not the movie. This is either lazy, naive, or a combination of both. I'm not gonna say spiteful, like the production team are spiteful or bad or no. But you are shielded and you have not bothered to look into you're not bothered to really look into the grievances and the things that cause that produce the NSAS movement. And tacking it on is like I think I've mentioned before, it's very tacky, it's disingenuous. And to be honest, it's not the first time Nigeria has done it. It's just that this one, we're doing it now with a charge stop. I said it was done with citation. We'll probably do it again because our producers, too many of our producers are just too lazy and don't give a shit enough. I say this with all because what do you want to tell me? You were trying to do what? You didn't know that tacking on NSAS was going to rub people the wrong way. Okay. Anyway, that's about as much energy as I want to give this. I'm going to give some of the people who are on here just a few minutes to say their bit, and then I want to go straight into the summaries. All right, so let's start with Mel. Please just make it relatively quick so we can do the summary.
I wanted to respond to a lot of things that Eva said. And I think that what I have generally understood from the way that he speaks to us, or he's spoken to us today, as if we didn't watch this movie, as if we cannot draw conclusions from what we're seeing on the screen, is that he may think that we don't know how to compartmentalize, that we don't have to see something on the screen and ignore it and focus on the big picture. I don't think that's true. Like you've tried to insist, we've cared about the storytelling a lot. This has been the storytelling for me. Same thing for Elizabeth because she mentioned it clearly. And the thing about movies is everything is part of your story, right? Every tiny minute detail from pre-production up until post-production is a part of the story. Even the way that you market your film is a part of the storytelling of your film. Cannot disabuse anyone from each other. An example of me compartmentalizing, for instance, is Eva, you said you worked on the music, and at the end of the clip of NSAS, you played the national anthem. And the last time we saw people at the toll gate with the national anthem, we know how that ended. You might have your reasons for doing that, but it does not detract from the fact that when you take that very particular choice and add it to the rest of the choices that this movie has made, it is incredibly tasteless. But I didn't bring it up, did I? Because I know how to compartmentalize, because I knew what my bigger fish was. And I went after that. But yes, I can't compartmentalize.
All right, thanks, Mel. Vanessa, did you want to say something quick?
Yeah, so mine is not towards Ava, it's more towards Rotimi because he called me out. I thought that my being hyperbolic was clear when I said I would rather take slapstick comedy. But what I took great offense at is Rotimi implying that we cannot handle serious matters, films that are based on serious issues. Because I feel like that's what the opposite was what the whole point of this space was. At least what a lot of us have been saying. It's not that we cannot handle serious material, that we cannot watch serious material. It's that our filmmakers cannot make serious material with empathy and respect and care. So it is not about me wanting slapstick comedy. I'm saying, rather than give me serious issues treated with disrespect and a lackadaisical attitude, then just give me your lackadaisical films. That's what I'm saying. Don't give me films that are of serious matter and like cover serious content and cover serious societal issues without giving them the care and empathy and respect that they deserve. That's all I'm saying. It's not that we can't, this is not a you cannot handle the truth situation. It's a we can handle it, you just don't know how to do it right.
Thanks, Vanessa. Just going to read one of the comments. Trims asks, is there no redeeming quality of this movie? Maybe the lighting or cameras. Trims, we started with the good. We spoke about some of the things that we liked. The lighting, I think, is has good moments, but there's also a scene. I think there's some car scenes where the light is from beneath, which is just strange because that's not where lights come from usually, and not in the car anyway. But yeah, listen to the good version. Listen to good after this if you want. Atas, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it quick and also just kind of do this as my summary. Sorry, I'm just tired. It's been going on for a long time. So overall, I do still stand by saying that I did enjoy the movie. I think that the parts of the story that the movie did end up telling, it told in a way that was easy to follow and I thought had heart. That said, the parts of the movie that didn't work, unfortunately, just did not work at all. And the commentary, I think, from people in support have been so vacuous that it has honestly started to shift even my ability to stomach the movie. I can't remember who it was who said, that telling these stories in the depth that they need to tell them will pose as a danger to the storyteller's life. And I think that that is just a fancy, long way of saying that you are cowards. Because if you think that this story will endanger your life and so you cannot tell it well enough, then why even start the story in the first place? So why not just tell the story that makes you feel safe, which I think is a valid reason. You should not put your life in danger, obviously, for content, but then just don't do it. Just don't waste anybody's time thinking they're watching a story that you cannot tell for whatever reason that exists. It's insulting and it's cowardly. Um, that said, I thought the dialogue was unfortunate. It was very preachy, and the NSARS bit is hard to look past. But overall, I do like the heart of this movie. I do think they had some stellar performances from the cast, the actors. And yeah.
All right, thanks. Is your summary in there as well?
Yeah, so the summary is that I enjoyed the movie. Solid performances. Just too many, I think, terrible choices that I guess are starting to
teeter on cowardly. Ava, I hope you never tell anyone that Mide was still alive ever again, because that singular sentence almost killed me.
All right, thanks, Atas. All right, Elizabeth, did you want to say something quick, and then we'll start doing this? Oh, Manika as well. Yeah, you can just do the summary as well, right? So you can, yeah. Elizabeth, we can't hear you. If you try maybe going off and on again. Okay, Anika, do you want to do a quick version of what you wanted to say and your summary in there as well?
Okay, yeah. So I just want to say that this movie is being taken seriously. Once you say you're a serious movie and somebody is replying to the things that they see in the movie, you are being given respect. You are being given respect. They listen to what you're saying and then they're giving you a reply to it. You cannot come, well, you can, you have the ability to do that. But like, if you don't like the criticism, I get it. Nobody likes criticism. That's just what I'm going to say. I'm just saying, like, we're seriously gauging what you're saying. And I mean, most people here, I even said, okay, it's cool that you're opening up the conversation, but doesn't mean that what you say cannot even have criticism. I mean, there are people who have done deeper analysis of some sort of this issue and still get criticisms because it's a conversation. You don't know everything. Nobody knows everything, and it's a conversation. Okay? With that said, this movie, I cannot personally not say that this was probably not intentional, because if I am to think back to the NSAS movement, which is still going on, but at the height of it, one of the conversations and one of the points that is brought up as like possibly curing or being an alleviation to the issue at hand, right, was about police salaries, right? And this movie made it and was talking about that, was engaging specifically with that point. So it's a little bit too, what's it called, coincidental for me to not say it's not intentional. You should just own that you believe this is what's going to help. And many people have said that. Many people literally during the inside says, "Oh, we should pay them more," as though it's one of the only it's going to fix everything. Meant to actually be tried. Many people said it's one of the things that is going to help. They put it with other complicated things, other things, which is good. Most people went that point that way. This movie just engaged with only that single point. So I'm so sorry. I know you're not the writer of the story, but you should probably not talk for the writer, of the story, and don't make people feel like they don't know things, especially when it's something that's recent and people have memories to go back to go back enough. It's recent. It's within 2 years. It's within 2 years, So that's just it. I took this movie seriously and I respect your work and I respected what you said. And that's why I spent time to give a very Persian criticism, and so did everybody else. So please, when you get in the criticisms, I get it. All other nobody likes it. And that's why I'm not like saying anything against it. So my summary, will I tell people to watch this movie? Oh, it's a okay movie. Maybe 10 years from now. Maybe 10 years from now, we can watch this movie. Maybe in reaction, maybe in like an academic something, and you're doing an anthropological view of like, okay, how did the media in that time react? I mean, I'm not saying this movie should not exist, and people can watch the movie. Story as a story wise, I also came for the story too, because the organization of the story was not good, not good at all. It was a PSA, and not a good PSA at that. So story structure wise, it wasn't good. The good thing about this movie, cinematography was great. So if you don't mind watching a movie, it's small, it's short time period. If you're not as deeply connected into the NSAS thing, or it's not something, watch it. It wouldn't do anything. No movie changes anything, really. No single human being ever changes a system, and no single movie is ever going to have all the answers in the world. This movie is okay.
All right, thanks, Inka. Edwin, did you?
Yeah, okay. So I guess what I want to just like circle back on as my summary is that um, responsibility and accountability are two things that people who create stories that have real life consequences need to consider. There are consequences for making a film that essentially exploits the pain of people. And because one of the things that Ava said, and I think it's very important, is that this film was apparently conceptualized before the NSARS movement, which NSARS essentially should have brought context and actually told the filmmakers, this is what actually cares, what we care about, what the people who are experiencing this thing care about. And this is that one for one, we understand that there is a structure that creates the kind of vacuums that allows people to become, you know, corrupt and to use violence as a way to, I don't know, enrich themselves. And that could have been put in the film. But the fact that all of that was disregarded and only one aspect of this whole movement was used out of context, I have to say, out of context, and actual footage was used is just, I don't know. And so there's a responsibility that the people who made this film, every single person who made this film, has to take. And the responsibility is that you had a chance to say something that would reflect the realities of millions of young people, and you did not. And you will be accountable to that now and forever. This film will always be referenced as how not to take something that is very, very important to a lot of people. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Nigerians have either left the country or are leaving the country because they were directly traumatized by this thing. Like, I know so many people who NSARS was the reason why they said, okay, you know what, it's time to leave. And to take that and to use it in such a way and not even, you know, take responsibility for it, to say, oh, it's just a film. It was just a film. Then there was no need to put any of this in it. Like, you could have just made, like, it could have been so much simpler. But the fact that that choice was made, it was a choice. And choices come with responsibility and accountability. And I think that, yeah, of course, the film is just, people, it has just gotten a wide release. So people are just engaging with it now. And you will find that as we go on, more people will continue to talk about this thing. And I don't know. People should just prepare themselves. There is reckonings and consequences that, you know, be prepared for, because it will always be a part of your oeuvre, your filmography. So be prepared.
All right. Thanks, Edwin. Elizabeth?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to say that this movie wasted the talents of the actors in here, because, like everyone has echoed, because of the lack of care in the storytelling and the lack of character development, rather than showing a systemic fault, we're given very light characters, and then we use exposition rather than showing to tell the story. And rather than showing how these two characters whose lives was going to converge, rather than showing how they are both victims of the system, we choose to keep telling, in case it will stick in our head, that they are victims. But how are they victims? When the story obviously did not know what to do with Magnus's character. You have a police that is supposedly policeman that is a victim of the system, rather than show the systemic way where he is a victim of, you rather tell us 10 times that his pay is bad. And that is doing your characters a disservice. Magnus was not handled with care. Mide was not handled with care either. This movie tried to also juxtapose the rich versus the poor, and still, it did it badly. Please, I don't know. I found this movie odious, so I don't know. I think it's a terrible movie. I hate it. And that's it for me.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Mel, do you want to give your summaries on the movie? Or have you done it? Oh, it was.
No, I can give my summary now. So my summary is: the script is not the story. Your intentions are not the story. The camera you use isn't necessarily the story. The story is the thing that makes its way to my screen. That's the story. That's the thing I engage with. So don't try to explain your film to me, because the only conversation I want to have with any filmmaker is what is on my screen, not an extra sheet or anything. The thing about bravery, I don't think this film was brave. Everybody has said it, but I just wanted to reiterate that NSAS was not lacking bravery. Mr. Macaroni is still alive. He's on this Twitter. Eroms is still alive. He's on this Twitter. And Femco, they're still alive. They're on this Twitter. My brother is still alive. He's on this Twitter. And we were not lacking bravery. That's not a thing that we lack. That's not a thing. We didn't need anyone to come and be brave for NSAS. No, we already had that. So I'm not going to give you a cookie for attempting something that you treat shoddily. I'm not going to give you a pat on the back. You've not earned it. Don't insist on it. I will not give it. My other summary is: I haven't even been angry today. I refuse to give Nigerian filmmakers my trauma. I've just been a little pissed, a little confused, not angry yet. So I thought that this film was contemptible. I thought it was loathsome, hateful, detestable, reprehensible, abhorrent, abominable, awful, heinous, beyond the pale, odious, execrable. Do you know, I Googled words. I'm reading it right now. I thought it was all of these words, and I'm not going to give anybody a cookie for attempting something that they didn't care about. That's my summary.
All right, thanks, Mel. TFR, do you want to say, give you a summary?
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that the fact that the NSAS footage was it was written and they still stuck the NSAS footage at the end of the film. That's even worse.
I think what sorry, TFR. I think what he was saying is that a protest was written, right? But
the film was written before NSAS.
Yeah, the film was written before NSAS, but what was there was supposed to be a protest, not necessarily NSAS protest, but sure.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. It's worse. It just makes you opportunistic. Like I cannot think of any other word to describe that apart from being opportunistic, because that's exactly what it is, and it's very appalling. Like it's actually very appalling, because I'm thinking like since Friday I've been trying to see if maybe I'm the one that is wrong, as if maybe is it back of TV I watched or what? But I cannot deceive myself. I have seen this film, and it's very and sorry to say that Nigerians cannot stomach serious issues. I think that's an insult to the Nigerian audience. Serious issues films did not start today. Like we've been making films about sickle cell. Amaka Igwe has done films about serious films back in the 90s. So to now come and think you can insult the Nigerian audience to come and tell us what, please leave matter. Let me just even tell you guys, like this film is very, very distasteful. Like I do not like it. And I've tried my best to see reason, to see what people have been saying. Do I recommend it? Well, if I speak, I'll be in serious trouble. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, TFR with an RL at PNTS. Who have we got left? Vanessa?
Hi, summary. No, that's my summary. It's like let's not do this again. Someone who said this was never seen so much cowardice. Yes, TFR. Let's never do this again. Honestly, that should be the only summary for this film. And I feel like that's my main point throughout this whole thing. And I'm gonna say it again. If we cannot handle it right, let's just not do it. Let's not do it again until we can handle it with what it deserves. Let's just not do it, please. And no, I'm not recommending this to anybody. For what now?
All right, thanks. Last slide, did you have a summary, quick summary you wanted to give? The barrister. Okay. All right, Ava, you've you've tried. You've really listened to everybody and everybody's points. I really want to be able to publicly disagree with somebody, even strongly and fiercely, and without going, oh, we can no longer be friends and all of that. I think this is a very serious issue and all of that, but I think after all that is said and done, we generally align on most of, especially even in this politically. I just think we have what is separating us is a difference in opinion in, I guess, how this film went. So I appreciate you for. It's not easy. I've been in your position where I've been the only one. It's weird that you now surrounded by critics, a filmmaker surrounded by critics. I guess we've been in this position before, but thanks for sticking through all of it. Did you have anything you wanted to say, Ava?
Thanks, Mr. C. I just wanted to say, because I think somebody sent me a message about, why am I, like defending the police or NSAS or stuff like that. I just want to say very quickly, because I know we're all exhausted, I'm not defending NSAS, and I'm not saying that you guys are wrong to feel the way you feel. That is not what I said, though. I beg you. All the things I was pointing out were things in the movie that people thought didn't really make sense. Like, when they said movie doesn't care about poor people, or when you say, the wife going home was wrong. If it was me, that's exactly what I would have done. So I'm not trying to invalidate anybody's feelings about NSAS. I want everyone to also remember that it was Nigerians that made the movie. It wasn't Oyibo people. Each and every one of the people that made the movie, they have had some sort of run-in with police. I have had several run-ins with police. I used to produce artists, and I used to drive by 2 a.m. and police would stop me with a guy with dreads in the car, tell us we have cocaine hidden inside his guitar, and a bunch of crap. I've almost got shot by police too. So and the clips being used in the film is going to trigger people. People have PTSD from that. So I completely understand, and I wasn't trying to tell anyone that the way you feel is not valid, or as the film is not valid. No. So that's just what I want everyone to remember. I'm not trying to dismiss your feelings, please. I feel a lot of the things that everyone else felt during the entire saga. So thank you, Mr. C, for engaging with me. Like you said, it's not fights. We are just discussing, and that's it.
All right. Thanks, Ava. Mr. C, did you want to give your summary?
My summary is I think some of the actors gave good performances, and I would like to see them in better movies than this. I would not recommend this. I say that, and I see that I think I saw a lot of people did enjoy this, and I don't really know where they are. I'm not seeing them here, but I saw that they did, and I think the emotional sleight of hand with the end stars, you know, worked for some people. But I also wouldn't recommend it because I don't want to be part of exploiting people's trauma unnecessarily. I will say I think this was I don't buy any attempt of painting this film as brave. I think we're not putting in the right care and effort into telling a sensitive story properly, the way it should be told. Obviously, there's no one way to tell a story, but when you're telling a sensitive story, you handle it with care, give it some depth, give it better dialogue, and this was not done. So, there's that. I wouldn't recommend.
All right. I have to echo what a couple of people have said. I guess on the film level, it sort of, for me, it fails because it really does feel like a PSA in terms of its length, its dialogue, the way the expositions are given. It just feels like it wants to just get to this thing, to this incident that I don't think it handles well. But like it feels like it's trying to be a PSA. But I think even people who like this film, I'm not quite sure what the PSA is, right? So there's this talk of in honor of the unsung heroes. Who's the hero? It's trying to, like the unsung heroes are people who went to protest. Well, from an NSAS perspective, which is what preceded this text. People who went to protest police brutality and were shot. Those are the unsung heroes. I don't know what this story has to do with that. This is a story about a policeman who is going through a tough time, and because of this tough time, makes a bad decision that seems out of character for him, and he accidentally shoots. Accidentally shoots someone. Oh god. Accidentally shoots someone and the person dies. They call Taz and Taz kills him. Like that's the story it's telling. That's a story of somebody who got pushed to his limit and then snapped and made a wonky decision that led to an unfortunate incident. This is not the story of police brutality. It's just not. But as a film, like if we're saying, all right, so it's not doing police brutality as a film. I just thought it was boring for the first. I think High Priestess came on to say that it was boring. The first 30 minutes similar ways. I don't know what Mide's PTSD does for the film. We don't use it to. It just feels like the film just feels like all these little stories that they've had here and there, and nobody has figured a way to put everything together. So Mide having PTSD becomes what? What does that do for the story? It doesn't change the way he behaves. There's a line in this film where Bam Bam is actually telling Mide that why did you let after he gets stiffed from his gig, why did you let someone under your skin and lead to violence? I'm like, is this movie okay? And then you do this thing where we're all the same later on. I was like, am I reaching? Are you not saying that? Oh, this could, yeah, even me, I could be okay, whatever. But anyway, what I'm saying is that as a movie, it's not good either. If we had taken away the NSAS bit at the end, I think what we would have had is a more slightly just boring off film that I would have like, hey, the cinematography is great. Yeah, give it a chance if you want. But like, I can't unsee, I can't forgive that NSAS clip at the end. It's just not very. It's very classless. But yeah, but guys, that's it from us today. We've been going at this for 4 hours. which I expected because a lot of people had things to say. If you want to still tweet your reviews, use hashtag Nollywood Film Club. I will retweet any interesting takes or pushbacks, or reply to some pushbacks we have later. We do this every Sunday. We discuss a film every Sunday. Sorry. We discuss a film every Sunday at 6 o'clock. So if you want to join us, feel free. And you can review this movie on Nolly Data. But thanks for everybody who came on to speak. I know it's not easy. Thanks for all the people who have stuck around to listen. We really appreciate your ears and your time. And we'll see you next week. Thanks again.
Thanks, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening to the episode. If you enjoyed listening and would like to join live, just follow us on Twitter at Iroko Critic and join us every Sunday 6 p.m. West African time on our spaces.